Alright, hello. How's everybody doing? We are going to be doing something a little different today. Today, instead of doing video games, we are building a big, ridiculous model. Because I bought myself fancy, probably the fanciest model I've ever seen, as a bit of a bonus treat for the sign-on bonus at my new job. Got that the other day. I was like, you know what? Got some spare money. I'm treating myself. Let me real quick. It's me! It's my hands. We're here today. We needed the camera because we're going to be building a model, so we've got to have some camera. I'm just going to build it at my computer desk. So we've got the old computer desk here with some lovely paint and glue stains from previous model building, and some chunks taken out of it here. But yeah, we're just going to be working on building this model today. And for the model we're building, I mean, just a second here. I need to see if I can even fit this on camera. It is massive. It is absolutely huge. I don't think this is going to fit in frame. If I'm being perfectly honest, what we're building, I can slowly rotate this in. Is this? It's the most expensive, fanciest Gundam model ever made, and this box is. I mean, there's my hand for scale, and if I can rotate this. Oh god, I don't know if this is gonna fit. Okay. There's the short edge of it. Oh boy. And the long edge. It's huge. This thing is, I mean, the edge of the box is wider than my hand. This is huge. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to this. I was like, I don't think I can physically fit this on camera. I'm not sure where I'm going to set this while I'm building it. This is going to be interesting. We'll figure this out. And yeah, it's my first time building one of these. I've built a ton of Warhammer models in the past. I've got piles of those sitting around. My entire right side of my desk over that way is just like completely covered in Warhammer models. I've built a couple like Metal Gear models that are like in a pretty similar design process to this thing, but like I've never actually built an official like Gundam model or any of the Bandai Namco stuff like this. So I'm looking forward to this. I saw a video of Adam Savage from Mythbusters building this thing a while back, and it was super cool looking. And I was like, I want to check this out. This looks more advanced than anything I've ever done. One sec, I'm going to try to pop this thing open, if I can, and slide it into somewhere that I can access it to work on it. Bethany's currently napping, and I think we're going to be hijacking their chair while I attempt to dismantle this. Oh, God. Okay. That's come apart. That's what I want. Now then. Now we've just got an entire box of bits and pieces here that we need to figure out what we're doing with. I think... Is this just going to be floor? Is that going to be the solution? I think we're fine if I just leave it on the chair for now. We can take a look at the book to start with. This is the old manual. It's got, you know, pictures of all this thing. I am super excited to dive into this, by the way, because this thing builds in a like crazy detailed, intricate fashion. One sec, is it too much glare? That should be fine if I just like flip it up a little bit. You guys can see it. And it's like, you build this thing from like the frame up. Like when we first start out, we're just going to be building this like phase 1, which is just like the subframe, and then you build some like armor mounting points onto it, and then actually add the armor, and then add all the decals and functioning, you know, movable bits and all that stuff into it. It's pretty neat. There's a lot of steps involved in this, and I think they've got this thing pretty like split up, where it should be pretty easy to put together. Like you can kind of prep it. You build it in phases. It's got like you're gonna want this many pieces from this sprue. You're gonna want this many pieces from a different sprue. Pretty straightforward. Pretty easy to work through. So. Let's start. We've got page 1 is just... Why is there so much delay? Oh, it's because I'm... Hold up. because I was looking at the actual stream. I'm going to look at my stream preview because then I can see a little better. Page 1 is just like, here's all the sprues. And then I don't know if you can even see that. There's those pink lines there that kind of show you where to cut it apart. So we're going to start by just, I think, maybe we get like a checklist of which parts we're going to need for this first step. Like, what's step 1 in this? Step 1, it wants me to start with the legs. Well, that's cool, because the legs has one of the pieces I'm most interested in looking at here. So we're going to want to figure out what I need for the legs, which I think, oh god, if my chair doesn't slide away with me, we'll be perfectly fine. There it was. I was like, somewhere in here there's a list, which should tell me that for the legs, I'm going to need these bits. So C3 times 2, D times 2, F times 1, and MSF2 are the bits I'm looking for. Alright, fantastic. So now we just dive into this, and I look for my C3, which should be this here. This is going to be a dark gray piece. And yeah, for tools, we've got some snips. We've got a fresh blade on an X-Acto knife. We've got a box of bandages over there for when I inevitably stab myself with this. And we'll dive right in. Oh my god, there's so much to see here. There's so much detail on all this too. So I'm looking for C3, which is apparently going to be light gray. How light? We've got like, I would call that white. I feel like I'm going to need more space for this. How do I want to lay this out? How do I want to do this? I'm trying to figure out the best plan for how I lay this out without making a complete disaster of this. If I move these out of the way, maybe I can set them, I don't really want to set them there. Maybe we set them, god, I need more counter space. We're just going to sort through the box, I think, and pull out the bits that I'm looking for. That might be the smartest way to go about this. And we'll set this decal and sticker sheet off to the side. And this bit of small pieces off to the side. They come in nice little bags, which is very handy. But we've got to find the pieces I'm starting with. It should be, yeah, C3 is apparently my starting point. They are labeled on the actual sheets, so that's handy. I really wish this box was a tiny bit less wide. Actually, if I set it up in the arms of this chair, it works. Well, here's one of them. Here's my wait, is this what I wanted? MSF2? I think this is what I wanted. Yeah, MSF2. This is a piece that I'm very excited to work with, because I don't know if you can see this super clearly on there. This was actually cast in 2 different colors of plastic on the same sheet. There's like a light gray. Can I get the focus to adjust in? Hold up. Why isn't my focus auto-focusing? I go under Properties, and we go under Configure Video, and I go under... because the autofocus is turned off. There we go. Hopefully that should fix it. Focus, do you feel like focusing? No? Wonderful. But yeah, there's like 2 different colors here. Oh, it's kind of starting to try to focus. I think it likes all the words on this and is trying to focus on that. We're going to pull that out of there and see if that helps it. But yeah, there's like a light gray and a dark gray, both kind of cast into this same piece here. And they're interlocked. There's like this dark black ring. Oh my god, getting this camera to focus is going to be a pain in the ass, isn't it? Yeah, this dark gray ring is actually like locked inside of, there's like a track on it. It's locked into that light gray. I don't know how you do that. I have no idea how you injection cast a piece that is like fit into another piece like that. That's insane. I've never seen anything like that in any of the models I've built, so I'm looking forward to messing around with that in a minute. We need to find my C3 is my first piece, and I should have 2 of them. That's an MSF1. No. Should be light gray, should say C3 on it. Got lots of E1s. I've got E2s. How light of a light gray are we talking here? I'm assuming it's not like the white, right? T3, T5, L4. My gosh, there's so many bits. That's MSF-1. What is this? Q2? No, that's not right. Do I need to look at my instruction sheet to see what these pieces are supposed to look like, possibly? That may be what I need to do. I've got X2, I've got part R. There's a lot of nice labeling on these sheets, but these like runners have a ton of info as to like what they are, which is really nice, but there's so many of them that this is going to be a bit of a trick finding it. If I had more counter space, I would probably start just laying them out by alphabetical order so I could find them later. Because even if these aren't the pieces I need right now, they're gonna be the pieces I need later. T1 and T2, that's not it. Well, I can't find my C3 at all. Got D. I've got another D. Alright, consult the book. Step 1. We are looking for part C3, which should also be attached to part C1, which should have these weird looking bits on it here, which you probably can't even see because of the glare off the camera. It's going to have this kind of squarish looking thing on it. That should help me pick it out, hopefully, from all the other... Aha! I found it. That's C1, so it's in this bag here. Beautiful. So we need to get this out of here. It's in with the shield. Wonderful. So we can ditch that for now. Oh, this is going to create many garbage, isn't it? Alright. Part P3, you can go back over there for now. This is my C1. And according to my sheet, yeah, it says I'm only supposed to have one runner. Oh, I see. There's a second copy of this. Because attached to part C2, there's also this. Okay, so we need to actually split these apart. I see. So we're going to go ahead and start cutting these apart. Should be pretty straightforward. Just give that the old snip and the old snip. And now I've got... Oh, there's a third bit. I see. Beautiful. There's my first C3. And C1 we can put back in the bin. And then we don't need this right now either, correct? No. So then we're looking for this piece again. Attached, it's going to have kind of an L shape to it. Alright. What am I looking for here? We're looking for... not that. We are looking for not that. Not you. That's a bunch of hands. Not you. We are looking at... Still nope. How's this look? It's got more of the shield on it. That's not what I want. This is potentially my piece right here. Yep, that's it. All right, cool. So get this slid back together. Crackle this guy open. Hopefully everybody's doing all right tonight. Also, let me real quick, before I knock this over down below me, Poured myself something to drink over here, so we're going to set that upstairs so that I'm not losing that on the floor. Moved it out of the way while I was moving the box over, so I didn't knock this over when I was moving the box. Alright, beautiful. Second bit recovered. Don't need the red bit for now. Red bit goes back in the box. We can go ahead and remove my second C3 from the thing. It's going to be a little awkward clipping them here on camera because of the way this camera is set up. It's currently just kind of sitting on top of my monitor, looking like straight down the monitor, but that puts everything over here at a pretty steep angle. Like if I just move straight up from my desk here, it kind of very quickly lifts out of frame, so we're going to need to hold it pretty close to my monitor when we're working on stuff. That's okay. We can make that work. We've got 2 of my C3s right there. You could set them out of the way. Fantastic. What's the next thing it wants me to grab? For the legs, it wants 2 of part or frame D, which should be independent dark gray. Shouldn't have anything attached to it. Should just be its own independent sheet that is dark gray, and there should be 2 of them. I think that'll make it pretty darn easy to spot. Hopefully. Anything that really stands out? Oh, it's got some big, thick, chunky leg pieces on it. Oh god. My chair keeps rotating on its own away from where I'm trying to turn to, which is not helpful. I believe I see my part D though. Yes, there is part D right here. So go ahead and dig this guy open. Lovely bag rustling. Alright. Part D. Open. Do we got 2 of these? I think we got 2 of these. Wonderful. All set to go. Oh. Hold up. I'm buzzing. Anything important? Nope. Looks like it's nothing important. Beautiful. We can set this over here for now. What else are we going to need for the legs? I'm going to need F1 times 2. And is... Oh, sweet. F1 is just its own little sheet. F1 and F2 are attached to each other. That should make it pretty simple to find them. What color are they in? Regular gray. Ah. God forbid that we get the regular gray and the light gray mixed up. There's 2 of them, so I'm going to guess that they're probably in a pack together. It would make the most sense that they would just package the ×2 sheets together in the same pack. And thankfully, they seem to have been pretty darn user-friendly, all things considered, when it came to how they were packaging this stuff. It's mostly put together pretty darn accessibly if you're trying to find stuff and sort out what you're working with here, which is nice to see. Not all model kits will come like that. Especially when they've got this many pieces, it can get very complicated figuring out what you're trying to access here. I'm looking for kind of blocky bits with a round thing in the middle of them. Oh, is that them down there at the very bottom? I think it might be. Yep. Alright, beautiful. 20 minutes in. And I think we've assembled the bare bones basic bits that we're going to need. Oh wait, I just need F1, don't I? So I don't actually need F2, so we can cut F2 off and set that back in my box. Beautiful. So cut these apart real quick. Cut that bottom bit off and set it in the box. This should be F1 number 1. And then we can go ahead and start cutting this apart here. Beautiful. Fantastic. Set you back in the box. 2 of those. And that should be everything we need for the first step. All right, fantastic. Let me just double check, make sure I've got everything I need. 2 of the C3s, which I've got. Is this my C3s? Yes, beautiful. 2 of the Ds, check. 2 of the F1s, check. And 1 of the MSF2, check. All right. We've got everything. Oh, it actually has the checklist right here of what all frames you need, too. So in case you didn't have it with you. Can I get this in focus? No. This autofocus is absolutely terrible. Genuinely miserable autofocus on this thing. Alright, good to know. Where is it even focused at? Is it focused, like, down here? Up here? Like, come on, camera. You can do better than that. It's so strange. It feels like the far side of it is in focus, and the middle of the camera isn't. My camera is dirty? Let me just give you a little wipe down and see if that improves things at all. Is that better? Not really. Okay. No, that's, if anything, worse. It's strange. It feels like, yeah, the far right side of the camera is in focus and everything in the middle isn't. Do I have a microfiber cloth around here that I could maybe use to wipe this down just a tiny bit? I've got tissue here I was using for painting, and some rubbing alcohol. We could try using that and see if we can get it a little bit cleaner. Why you're causing so many problems. Technically not rubbing alcohol. Nail polish remover, probably fine. Let that die down a little bit and just give it a nice little wipe across there. Hopefully that should dissolve anything off of the old lens. Or lens cover. It's a cheap plastic webcam here. We're not dealing with high fancy cameras, so I'm not too worried about it. It's a little better. Still not, like, you can't read any of that, I'm assuming. What if I grab my camera controls and I manually put the configure camera onto my screen. Well, oh, leave that up. If I manually set my camera focus, oh god, can I get this to stay flat? Is the trick. Can I get this to stay bent and flat at the same time? If I hold it just like that, nope, that's a no. Okay, cool. Wonderful. Turn off autofocus. Oh god, that is as good as it's gonna get. Alright, okay, nice. There's just too much light in this room, I think. That's okay, we'll work with what we've got. Alright, step 1, we are into building the legs. And then what are these? We've got sub-runners, which are used to assemble other sections. Do not forget to insert the parts. Interesting. So do we have some parts that are going to be coming from other runners that I'm going to need to grab? I'm just going to kind of look through here real quick and see if I see P3, V1, W, and I. Ah, yes, there are. There are some other parts that we're going to need here. Almost immediately there are some other parts we're going to need here, so I might need to just start digging in and fishing out some other bits here. Okay. P3 is the big piece with the shield, so I can find that nice and quick. Because, yeah, apparently we are going to be fishing a few other parts. I think what this is saying is I'm going to be using up everything on the sheets that I pulled out. And then it's actually highlighting on here. These are other sheets. God, it's just terrible with this focus. There are other sheets that you're going to be using with the sections in red showing, like, what pieces you're going to be pulling off of that. So apparently on this bit, we're going to be using both of these on the legs. So I might just want to get those ready. Now we're going to need to figure out, I think for now what I'm going to do is we're just going to take this whole, yeah, there we go. Just take this whole section off. Because we're going to be using this, we're not going to be using this. So we'll just take that whole section off for now. That should be fine. I'm looking for a gold-plated sheet called V1. Gold-plated, I imagine, will stand out a little bit. Oh, is it this one that's in the middle down here? Yeah, this is V1. Gold-plated. I am fishing off... Okay, a fair bit of this one. That's okay. We're going to have our first bits that we're going to have to actually cut off of a sheet here. So V1, I want all of these circular bits down here, as well as two of these. This and this, I think, are used, as well as all of this. So, I think that means it's time to start cutting. And I'm going to cut... I don't know if I can show this here, if it's going to focus in well enough. No, of course not. This camera's focus is just absolutely trash today. Wonderful. If I get right up in there... Okay, there you can kind of see it. We're going to cut, like, a little bit away from the piece. If my camera would ever stay in focus, we'd be able to show this, but it won't, so... Rip. I don't know why it's having such a difficult time focusing on the nearer stuff. That's okay, though. It's really not. It's honestly incredibly frustrating. Can I pull my configure video back open? Turn autofocus off. Apply. Is this going to do anything? Can I get like negative focus? Oh, wait, there we go. That's a little better, so I can like, yeah, kind of show you there. Typically what I'm going to do, you can either flip your cutters away so that you're cutting like with the sharp edge there, that you leave a little bit of a gap between the model. And the reason I like to do this is so you're not putting pressure on the actual like physical piece. You leave these little nubs here, which we're going to have to clean off. But if you do it that way, you don't actually like put pressure into the piece, which can slightly score the piece. I'm going to go ahead and cut the rest of these off real quick down here. Can I get my camera to... No. This is as good as I think we're going to get for this. Alright. Wonderful. So just give it a little bit of space. Cut these all off, and we're going to set these aside. Frustrating that I don't have a slightly better autofocus on this camera. That's okay. Also slightly frustrating that I'm going to have to... We need to rearrange how I'm sitting. Or I'm going to have one hell of a sore back by the end of this, because I'm currently having to lean pretty darn far forward in the old chair in order to reach what I'm doing. And that's not ideal. I don't want to have to be leaning the whole time that I'm working, because that's going to leave me with a hell of a sore back. Now that I'm an ancient elderly man who's just going to fall apart at a moment's notice, we're going to bring it in a little, and hopefully, oh, slam right into the desk. That's good. Not like I have a bunch of fragile small pieces up here or anything. That's fine. Okay. Get these over to here. Keep snipping these out. This is better. Now I can actually just sit upright. That's going to be fine. Get all of this cut off. And for dealing with the little nubs, because I'm not cutting right up against the piece, we can go back in afterwards and just cut them right off. Usually it doesn't leave too much pressure. Once you've got it like off the frame, it's usually not as much of a problem. Or we can do my preferred method, use my hobby knife. Just slice them off with the hobby knife. Well, I put a nice fresh blade on that hobby knife today. Also, this is a brand new set of clippers, because I didn't want to mess around with the dull clippers, so we've got a fresh set of these. Should make cutting all this up nice and simple. Perfect. And then cut through you, and you, and you. Alright, and then I just need these boys here. And this is going to be a little trickier, because now we got to figure out where does the sprue end and the piece begin. That's always the trickiest bit on models like this, these really high detail ones. Figuring out what part of this is sprue and what part of this is model, so that you don't accidentally clip part of your model off. Not that I've ever done that, but I've definitely done that. Oh, you know what I just noticed? It even has on here, I don't know if you can see this, there's little markings. This is a set of legs right here. These are arms. This is part of the torso. It actually shows you on these like multi-part runners, there's actually little indicators to kind of show you where this is going to be getting used, which is super handy. Yeah, that's going to be really, really helpful. Okay, that's done, so we can set that back in there. Where were we at? I'm looking for my list of pieces for this. I need the chrome-plated W sheet, and we're going to need a few bits off of that. Okay. Let's... I'm trying to think how I can set this up where I have better access to everything. But I don't know that there is a way. Is this the chrome-plated W? No, that's S. What part of this counts as chrome-plated? We got a lot of shiny bits here, but... Hold up. We're going to have to roll back and then see what I can do here. Alright, we are dealing with... You need to go down there. I need to find part W, which is supposed to be chrome plated. So I'm just looking for something shiny. So far... Oh, this is shiny. Beautiful. There's my chrome plated. Very shiny. Alright. So. It actually looks dull on the camera, but there you can kind of see it. It's nice and metallic looking. Got some nice shimmer to it. We need to figure out what bits we're cutting off of this, because this is another one where we're not using this whole sheet for this part. This sheet is only being partially used for this part. Oh my god, can I get my cables out of the way down here? So, back into my guide. Looks like I'm not using terribly much on this. This is mostly hands. We want to rotate this sheet like this, and I am using this bit and this bit, and then this bit and this bit. So let's get my clippers in there. We're gonna... And then, oh, it's really hard to see what you're working with how shiny this all is. There's a fair bit of glare. That's okay. Are these numbered differently? You are part 21. You're also part 21. Okay, wonderful. Not gonna lie, probably should have checked that on the other one. We can go back and figure that out if we need to. It'll be okay. These are both part 21, which means it doesn't matter which order we use them in. We can stick these together. And then these are they both part 20? Yes, so we don't need to worry about that. Stick them together. We do need to worry about, am I cutting the right bit? How shiny this is. Honestly, very difficult to make out details on the surface of it. So, going to be a little trickier than usual. That's your cut. There you go. So now we just trim this all up like this. Perfect. That's everything off this sheet, and the only other sheet we need for this is the like etched stickers, which I'm not going to be using right this very moment, so we don't need to worry about that. I might take a quick look and see on these guys here. Okay, so there's 2 7s and 2 6s that were on this sheet, so I want to make sure I get those right. And it looks like the 7s are the larger ones and the 6s are the smaller. So we want these fellas and these fellas. So 6s, 7s, these are the same, these are the same. These are still on the sheet. Beautiful. Just to make sure we're doing that. We need to start watching myself on that, or I'm going to be getting myself into trouble. So, first actual step. We'll clean these up as we go to use them, rather than spending the time to clean them all up right now. As I go to use each of them, we'll go ahead and take a close detailed look at them and get them all nice and cleaned up. I need to... Oh, it actually shows you on this sheet. There's a very light pink mark on the picture. It shows you where the model ends, where to cut. So it wants me to cut this boy here up top off. So, fantastic. Let me just start snipping. Cut through here, cut through here, cut through here, cut through here, here, and we should just have 2 more here and yeah, here. All right, sheet to the side, beautiful. And now we're gonna start cleaning this guy up. I'm just gonna look through for anything that looks like it's a little bit of a rough edge from where I cut, and then get that tidied up a little bit. This piece was originally arranged like this, so I should have one right about here. I can, yeah, just see, and we're just gonna kind of file that flat. Beautiful. I was like, a lot of times too, you'll have these like, I don't know if you can see this on here. I'm trying not to stab myself on look at the camera. These little marks like this is just from the mold. It's gonna look like a little white mark. There's like a seam running here. You can kind of see it on the camera there. There's a seam there from where the mold met, and you'll sometimes get these like weak points on there. And you can kind of soften them up a little bit if you just take a knife and just very gently rub it across there. Usually you can tell if you just kind of rub your finger over it if it's like rough or not. And you can either use a sand stick or just take a very light touch of your knife and just kind of, sometimes for doing this, what you can do too is you can see the sharp end of my blade is currently pointed that way. If you just kind of run it backwards along there a little bit, you can get it smoothed out pretty darn easily. We've got some more bits to clean up here. Wonderful. Make sure that's nice and smooth. That feels pretty darn good. there. Yeah, all right, perfect. I should have a bit here. Yeah, I see it right in the base of this. And you're gonna probably all yell at me for cutting towards myself. It's fine. I know how to use the right amount of pressure on a knife and how to hold it close enough to my finger that even if it did slip, it's not going to be doing much damage. So we're good. Or I'll stab myself live on camera, and you can all laugh. That's the other option is that I end up sending myself back into my own job today as a patient instead of as a staff member. We'll see. Hopefully we don't do that. Ideally, we're not going to stab ourselves today. That's the goal. There should be one last connection point, yeah, right about there. So let me just get that hopefully cleaned off nice. We're going to have to hold this one a little closer to my face while I'm doing this, I think. Alright, are we good? Can I see you at all? Or are you nice and smooth off? Perfect. That should be nice and smooth off there. It's still, you can see where it is, but doesn't feel like anything. So that's what you'll get. You'll get these like stress marks. That's why you try not to cut too close to the piece. Is the stress marks will leave these like discolored bits on there, which if you're painting over it, which I'm probably going to do eventually, isn't the end of the world. It's not a big deal. But it can also leave a bit of a like distortion on the surface, and I try not to do that. So we try to like cut away from the model just a tiny bit, even just like a millimeter or two makes a big difference. And then you can go back with a hobby knife and just like clean it off nice and easy to make sure you're not leaving those marks on there. It looks like I've got my last bits should be that bit that I just cleaned off, and there's one sticking up right there that I need to take care of, and one right there and right there. So we're just gonna gently cut that off. I should have one more right up there, hopefully. And I feel like I have pretty good odds of this. Hopefully most of these points are on places on the piece that are not going to be touching or interacting with other pieces, where you have to worry about it being like completely like, you know, thousandth of an inch precision in order for it to not interfere with the workings of another piece. It seems like they've really put some time and effort into the engineering on this, and so I would assume that they would have thought about like, hey, let's make sure the injection ports or gates on this aren't, you know, on an important surface where we're going to have problems with that. Games Workshop is pretty good with that, and that's kind of the standard I'm working off of, and this is significantly nicer than any Games Workshop model. So, I think we should be good. Alright, we've got it all separated. The next thing it wants me to do is this has, built into it, there's joints. I don't know how they did this. You can see it here. There's like this lighter gray plastic and a darker gray plastic that were both shot into the same mold. And they did that because this ring right here, there's this indented groove. That's actually a full circle that's like linked into this gray piece here, like completely embedded in the piece to the point that you couldn't take that apart. You'd have to like break the plastic in order to get it out of there. I have no idea how they did that. It's incredible. But apparently we're supposed to now be able to rotate this sucker so that it's sitting basically flush with this other bit. And yeah, you can, it's moving. We've got movement. How is this? Does this move? This is also a moving piece. Okay. How do you figure this goes? So you figure I am taking this and turning it and turning it and turning it so that we're getting it to about there. Yeah. these pieces are now like lined up. This is kind of slotted in there. This is facing, I think it technically wants this flat, so we're going to flatten that out. Beautiful, and then it wants me to pull this piece down here, like, well, yeah, there's just a nice, smooth working joint cast into that. Like, how? How do you do that? Because this light gray here is actually through that dark gray and like not fused together. That's so cool. I don't know how you physically cast a piece like this. If anyone knows how this is done, like from a technical standpoint, and wants to share, let me know, because man, that is... Because if you shoot two different types of plastic in there, how do you get it to like not fuse together? And how do you have the shapes form correctly? Because you can't have a mold in between them. That's wild. That is absolutely incredible. I don't know if they like cast one piece in one mold and then fit it into another mold that has like grooves for that other bit to go through. I don't know how, maybe that's how you do it. Maybe this piece was cast, like the light gray pieces were cast, or the dark gray pieces were cast, and they set them into the other mold somehow and then shoot the other mold in. I don't know. Maybe that's how you do it. But it is pretty darn cool. Okay, turn the parts. Oh, okay, wait, I see. It wants me to take this bit like this, and apparently these rotate? Oh, okay, so we now have this rotated. You want this rotated this way, and this rotated... Okay, you wanted that 90 degrees, and you wanted this one 180 degrees. So we're gonna spin you fully around, about like that. And it's saying the front is this way. So, that's wild. I'm glad we got that piece first. It's the piece I was most excited to look at, because like I said, when I was watching these, like, this video of Adam Savage building these, I was like, that's insane. Like, how did they... How do you physically do that? That's so cool. Alright. Next bit. D1. So D1 is this boy up here. Same, we're just gonna space it out a little bit. Cut him away just a tiny bit away from the model. Good to go. D4. And I'm going to probably try to lay them out. Typically when I set pieces down, I'll try to set out in a way that makes sense. Like this was piece 6, this was piece 7. Or I'll do like 6 to 7, like left to right. So that like I know which way they're in. Like if I have to cut off 2 pieces at the same time, just to like make my life easier, I'll just set them down in a way that like separates them. So, piece 6. Or piece 1. I was saying 6 and 7. It's literally pieces 1 and 4. I don't know why I'm saying 6 and 7 to confuse myself. I'm gonna get those numbers stuck in my head. And then when I'm looking at the sheet, I'm gonna be like, I don't have piece 1. How are you talking about? This is piece 6. Completely throw myself off. Alright, we're good. Just cleaning up these edges a little bit from where the connection points were. You can again usually feel it pretty easily just using your fingertips if it's actually smooth or not. A light bit of... Yeah, there we go. That's nice and smooth. Keep cutting through you. I feel like this project is going to take a while, considering that we are now about an hour in, and I have cut 1 full piece off of a model. There we go. Nice and smooth. Alright. That right. make sure we don't have anything caught in there. Beautiful. Okay, so piece 4. Piece 1. It wants me to take this guy, take this piece, and shove this through the top. Guessing we just want to push her flat, right? Yeah, there we go. I feel it slide into place there. Is this supposed to... There we go. I was like, I feel like that's probably supposed to be flush, and now it is. Cool. You can feel it snap in. That's a nice pop to it. Alright. Now we gotta get this guy, which is gonna form other part of this joint. Gentle. Don't be too forceful. Make sure everything's lined up, and it should just slide right on in. Perfect. Now we've got our joint together there, and this should still move, right? Yeah, that's still able to be moved. We want it facing this way for now. I assume this still rotates as well, right? Yeah, this still rotates as well. That's unbelievable. Alright, next step. We've got a sub-assembly. It wants one of these silver bits and one of these red bits. And it wants this red bit off. Let's go ahead and get this guy clipped apart. Nice and careful. Cleaned up. Perfect. I'm just looking to make sure we're not cutting any bits of detail off. But no, we are nice and clean. Bits down here at the bottom on the side where it attached. We just sand that, file that right on off. Perfect. Make sure that feels good. Alright. Back of my knife to get any of that cleaned up a little bit. Alright, beautiful. And we got 2 little bits up here were attached as well. Should just be able to, yeah, cut that clean off. And get that cleaned off. And then you, I'm guessing, are basically the same thing. I feel bad having to, like, clean this up. It's so shiny. I almost don't want to touch it. But I'm assuming it is entirely made out of this. Thankfully, yeah, it looks like they did put these connection points. I'm guessing these are pistons, and that this silver bit is going to slide inside of that red bit. And so, any of this mess that I'm making right here from having to cut the connection point clean is going to end up getting covered when it's inside that piston. But we should be good to go. That said, we are going to try to clean this up as nice as we can, so that we don't have a big mess. We'll just, yeah, brush that off a little bit using the back edge of the knife. Perfect. So now, piece W. Is there like a front versus a back on this? I don't think there is. Yeah, and I'm assuming the same with this. Is there a... there is a front versus a back to this. There's the back has this little slot in it, whereas the front has a little, like, cover piece. And we want the front on the outside. So, step 1, step 2. Step 3 is we slide silver bit into red bit. Step 4 is we take the leg and we slide this red bit into this little groove here. Oh, and that snaps in. Cool. And then the silver bit snaps in right there. So now I'm assuming if we if you move that leg, it does have a little bit of play to it. Oh, and if you move, hold up, no way. If you move this bit here, does this whole thing rotate? How do you do this? There's a sliding track here where this can move, which I'm assuming means you can rotate this and have this move, which would you must be able to rotate this whole piece. I can't seem to get it to move right now, so we're not going to play with it until I'm assuming there's going to be more bits that attach here that help pull this bit away, and then that kind of whole thing kind of crunches together. That's cool. We're getting into real robot stuff here. D. I need D8. Let's get you over there. D8. Cut you off. Cut you off. Cut you off. 8. And D5. I'm going to put 8 over here so that we know where it is, and then we're going to cut 5 off right here. Alright. D8, D5. Beautiful. Get a sheet over there. Get the thing out of the way. Clean any dust off my knife here. One's pretty clean, thankfully. Yeah, that'll work nice. And then just gotta get you cleaned up. Beautiful. D8. Cleaned up. D5. Cleaned up nicely. Perfect. And then right across there. Yeah, that'll be perfect. Alright. Next step. It wants piece number 8 to go like this, and then into here somehow. Looks like, there's 2 big blocky holes there that are going to line up with this. And this is lined up with this. This all kind of pushes into place. Alright. I'm guessing we're doing a similar sort of thing on the other side, but mirrored. And we're just going to shove that right into there. Give that a nice little squeeze. Get that all pushed in. Man, this is very precise engineering on this. Alright. That's locked in. I can kind of feel it. It wants to move. Is there a way to move this? Man, that is insane. Alright, I can see how this is all gonna... This bit here can rotate inwards. This bit can rotate outwards, and then this piston will allow them to, slide like that, so you'll be able to, do an actual joint. That's really cool. Alright. Next step. You sit here. We need to get one of these guys and one of these guys. A silver and a gold little claw looking thing. Clean these up because I Still haven't cleaned up these pieces. Yeah, this is how I prefer to do my cleanup when I'm working on models. I know some people will like cut it off the sprue and then clean it up right then and there. I personally don't prefer to do that. I like to do it as I'm putting them on. I'm somebody that wants to get all my pieces cut out, laid out, make sure I've got everything I need, and then I will go in and clean them up as I go to use them. I don't think there's really any right or wrong way to do this. Like, not like it matters. I suppose there's definitely the advantage of like you'll probably have it fresh in your memory where all the like attachment points were, so it'll be easier to remember how this all fits together. But that's okay. W is the chrome, so it wants the chrome piece. It says kind of facing upwards, and then the other piece, gold piece, it wants so sort of like this, and it says just slide them together. How is this supposed to insert to this point? So it wants it like all the way in there. So if I just, oh, I see, there we go. You can slide it in and insert it to like there, where the gold and the silver kind of line up. It does kind of stop there too. Oh yeah, because on the back there's actually a like interlocking bit on the back there. So that's nice and flat on the back. Perfect. We take this. This is my next bit. We need piece D10. All right. Let's get that clipped out. Keep that ready because I think I see another D coming up that we're going to be using. My YouTube doing? I feel like we're probably getting close to the end. I just threw on some like Metroid music, and I feel like we're getting to the end of that. What do we want next? Let's throw on some Warcraft music. Screw it. We'll throw on some just like chill Warcraft music. That'll be fine. I just need to move these out of the way for a second so I can type. Warcraft music. Can I just get like relaxing Warcraft music? I don't know if I need an hour of Elwyn Forest. That's maybe a bit much. How about... I don't know if I need these to just be an hour. Well, whatever, we'll try it. We'll see what an hour of Elwyn Forest sounds like. It's exactly 1 hour. That seems very strange. I don't know why you would do exactly 1 hour, but that's okay. We'll just throw on some Warcraft ambience for now while I do this. That'll be fine. I was like, the Metroid music works well, but we have run out. There is no more Metroid music to be had. Alright, and then clean you up. No, you still need a tiny... It's so hard to see when you're holding a dark gray piece against a black desk if you're actually cleaned up or not, but that should be good. Alright, beautiful. So now it wants me to take this piece. I'm trying to see how it's got this aligned. I think it's aligned like this. I've got my little slot up here, and it wants me to take my little metal thing, shove it into that slot. Perfect. And we're going to grab 11. Just trim all of these off. I'm surprised there isn't a better Warcraft ambient one. I don't know if anybody's got any suggestions for music. Go ahead. I just need it to be copyright free, or at least not going to sue me for copyright while we're doing this. So otherwise, I would have my own music playing, but we're not going to do that. Keep my playlist off of here. Keep cleaning these up a little bit. Right, for the angle, it means I'm going to be having to sometimes do this cleanup just slightly off the bottom of the screen, but my camera just won't catch it otherwise. I wish I could like hang the camera slightly closer to me, angled away. That'd probably work better, but unfortunately not an option. So this piece, it now wants like this. It's this angled bit at the bottom. Take that knife away from me. Take my silver bit. Should just fit in there nice and smooth. Man, these all fit together so nicely. Like these are some of the cleanest push fits I've ever seen. All right, beautiful. A little bit of a rough spot there. Try to smooth that off with my nail, or do I need to actually go in and... There we go. Perfect. Wait, does it want that through? Oh no. I have to take this back apart now. That's going to be frustrating. I think it wanted it actually... Yeah, I think it wants this through a piece of the main leg structure. That's okay. We can just slide that back apart. How do you want this? So piece 9, then piece 10. Oh, I see what you want me to do here. You want me to take this piece and put this through here and this through here, so that like this little bit is through this bigger hole and this is through that hole. Does that actually fit in on the top? It does. Okay, perfect. That's fit in on the bottom. And then we take this, and now this clips onto here, and it should like, yeah, it's gonna like form like a muscle basically on this. Okay, I see. So now this is like slotted into there. Can I like, are we at a point where we could move this yet? If I like, no? Okay. I don't think so. I'm not sure how that's gonna move just yet. We're gonna leave it like that for now though, but we've got like this bit here is kind of free floating on a hinge that could move it that way. Very cool again. Alright. Next up. I need pieces D6 and 7. Let's get into this. Like, I feel like we're going to be lucky if I can get a piece of the leg frame done today. Model might take quite a while to build, is what I'm gathering. Piece 6. And piece 7. We're going to cut this one a little close to me here, just because these are some pretty tiny pieces, and I don't want to be fighting against the light while I'm cutting these, in case I make a mistake. So, set 6 and 7. Beautiful. Let's get you sanded up, smoothed out. Fantastic. A little rough, so we'll just scrape that away a tiny bit. There we go. That's perfect. And are we good? Huh. I think we should be just about perfect here. I'm curious to see how many hours this is going to take to build, because it's going to be several. Alright, that's cleaned up. That's cleaned up. Beautiful. So piece 6, piece 7. It wants me to take my leg. It wants me to take piece 6. There should be one big sticky OD bit and several little ones, and it wants the big bit through that hole there. So we want the big bit plugged in like that. And then this bit should connect to the other side of it. 2 ones will plug into that. And we're good to go. What is this? Just like a flap? We just got like a flappy bit here. And then I've got 13 and 14, which are these ones up at the top. Give me 13. Again, just going to need to be a little careful that we're not cutting bits of the model off while we're doing this. So 13 on the left, 14 on the right. Perfect. All right. Clean up again. Tempted to get my magnifying glasses out for this, because this is small enough that it's like, man, this is a trick. See if I've got my piece on there. All right, we're good. Yeah, that's nice and small. And then clean that up. Undone. Perfect. Make sure everything feels nice and smooth, and that if I am feeling anything rough, that it's not just little bits of plastic that are stuck to my fingers. Alright. 13 is here. It wants piece 13 arranged. One second. 13 arranged so that the circle is sticking off. I'm supposed to take this, and there should be something just below that muscle. Oh, I think I see how this fits in. Yeah, just below that muscle. This fits into here, and this goes over that red bit. I see. So we stick you on like that, which helps reinforce that piston. And we stick you on the other side, which should, yeah, also reinforce that. That all nice and stuck together now? I believe so, but I also think we want to maybe clean up that joint where they meet a little bit more. Oh yeah, that's perfect. Now they're nice and snug on there. So now we've got you on there as well, which is helping to reinforce where that sort of red part of the piston is attached. Good, good. We've got a warning not to clip a piece off when we're cutting it here, so that's a good sign. Part D2 and D3, I'm guessing are these guys up top. What's it warning me not to cut? We should probably figure that out before we start cutting. Ah, where it connects. This is a perfect example. I'm trying to see if I can get my hand behind it or something pale. There's a bit of the model that actually sticks out off the like flat part of the model itself to meet the connection point. So you got to make sure you're cutting the connection point and not your model. But we're just going to get an angle where I can see it nice and well when I'm cutting. so that we don't accidentally cut my model off. Because I can see how that would be very easy to do. That was piece 2, and then this will be piece 3. We'll put it over on the side. Like, thankfully, I don't have that problem on this piece, so we're good. Alright, let's clean you up. 3, I believe, per bit. Yeah, I'll clear that up nice and smooth. That nice and smooth, and then this bit is the one where it was sticking off that little pointed bit. So get that on there. Brush my knife off, so we're not getting bits of plastic built up on it. Perfect. And I think it's just about, yeah, call that a piece. So, part 2 goes on to here somehow. Does this, oh, I think I see it. I think I see it. There's 2 bits there that are going to clip in. Right? So I get this lined up at the right sort of an angle. Oh god. If we move this, does this assist in the fitting of these 2 pieces together? Because man, right now it does not want to fit. So you and you both need to go in. It appears like it's all just one bit of model. How am I supposed to get that in there? Oh god. So hold up. Do I just want this bit to attach here? And then what else is supposed to be attached here? There's supposed to be something. Part 1 attaches to this. Part 2 is feels like it's supposed to be going into that hole, but it's definitely not going to line up properly for that. Part 1 goes into this. Is there anything else here that it can connect to? Not seeing anything. Do you not connect it to that? Maybe you don't connect it to that. Maybe I'm doing that bit wrong. Yeah, maybe this doesn't... I think these bits don't connect to that. I think you don't actually connect it to that flap. I think you connect it... Like, push the flap all the way in, and then just connect it straight to the frame of the leg? That flap is, like, set in there? Oh, yeah, that's totally it. Why is that? Oh, it's because this whole thing can move. So it needs to have some travel space. I see how this fits in there. So then this bit is going to cover that up. Like that. Push this together nice and firm. And now we've got that all covered up in there. And there's that bit inside. And because this is like a moving joint. Yeah. you can move that, and you can kind of see that there's like that bit that we stuck up in there will actually slide out. So that there's not like an exposed bit when you rotate it, and then you can, yeah, slide it back up in. Oh, that's really cool. I'm trying to see if I can get a good bit of lighting here where you can see how that actually fits together. Because, yeah, it like actually slides into that recess, and then you can like slide it back out. Oh, that's very cool. That is very, very neat. Okay. Okay. I don't. I do want to play with it more. We're not going to play with it anymore right now. That's fine. We'll just slide this back up into position. That's all good. Okay. Cool. Very neat. What's up next? I need part C3, 18 and 13. So that's this runner here. Parts 18 and 13. Alright, so get this off here. There's my 18. There's my 13. Clean these up a tiny bit. What do we got going on here? That's good. That's good. I swear there were 3 points I clipped, but man, it came off so smooth, don't even need to worry about it. Beautiful. Alright, that's nice and good. Dust out of the grooves so that I'm not making a mess when I'm trying to put this together. Oh, perfect. That's good. That's good. Alright, 13 and 18. We take piece 13. We are looking for this bit at the top to kind of slot into that rotating joint. We're putting that in first. And then we're putting the other piece, I'm assuming, in the kind of inverted position. Again, just locking in. Alright. That's pretty good. I think I technically did that backwards from what it wanted. I think it wanted this piece on first and then the other piece, but doesn't seem to matter really. Maybe it would have been slightly easier to push on, but honestly, it slid right on anyway. We're fine. Alright. That's the first page done out of several. 65. Although we can take 15 off probably, so 50 something. Oh, 50. And then we've got a mark here that this trash can tells me that I've removed all of the parts on a runner. That's actually really nice because a lot of times, so they call them runners in this hobby community here. I'm used to calling them sprues. But your sheets that you get these cast on, it can be very tricky, particularly as a Warhammer builder, to know like, okay, am I done here, or like, is there a little tiny piece like these bits here look like they might be part of the sprue? Like, when am I done? When am do I need to hang on to this? Like, I have a pile of sprues I just keep because I'm always worried while I'm building them that I'm gonna like be needing a piece that's still on the sprue somewhere. And this one is really nice in that it actually tells you, like, okay, if you've just been cutting off of, the same sprue, once you cut these two pieces off, you can chuck that sprue. So, Very handy there. I'm going to need 9 and 12, and how do they have these laid out? This is piece 9 over here. We'll just trim that all apart. Go for 9, go for 12. Alright, 9 and 12. And that means this sheet here, we're done. And we're going to put that over to the side in the pile that's going to need to get thrown out. We are getting a lot of that. So we'll sand these down. It's really nice that they have these separated so that, like, hey, we tried to fit as many of the parts for the legs as possible onto one sheet, and we're just going to have you work through the sheet so that, like, you know, you're done and you can just get rid of that piece so you have less sheets you got to look through. That's another thing that's always really annoying when it's like, oh, pull piece J7 off, and you're like, crap, where the hell did I put J? You gotta go digging through all your, especially when you have this many sheets, like, oh, that can be a real pain when you have to go dig through and look for which sheet J is, especially when you've already cut like 3/4 of the parts off of it and it no longer looks like the picture. Like if you go to the front of the manual and look at the reference for like what is sheet J, well, you're already missing like half the parts at that point, so like it's not going to look like that anymore. Makes it a real pain. When I was building those Kotobukiya Metal Gear kits, like, oh my god, there were so many sheets on them, and they didn't do them in any kind of sensible order. So you'd be constantly bouncing back and forth between sheets. A mess. Not ideal. Alright, we've got this. Now we take this bit here, and we shove this. Looks like it doesn't, order doesn't matter, so say order doesn't matter. Ah, okay, so 2 bits here match up with the 2 holes by the pistons. So, like that. And then you like that. That pushed in. Locked to itself. This is insane. How much, like, detail it's got. Oh, and now we can start to see that joint moving there. Alright. That lower joint is starting to, where the pistons actually come into play, is starting to be a functional piece at this point. Where we can actually, like, see it bend a little bit and see those pistons start to engage. And you're going to be able to push that back down. I'm thinking this gold bit here is basically the kneecap, if I've got this correct. And then, yeah, you can really... Jeez, you can get some play on that. Oh my god. That will go quite a ways in. And then, yeah, we can take this bit and bend this. Like, we've got this leg in some odd positions. That's an insane amount of flexibility there. And we can, yeah, bring that back down around. Bring this in. Oh, it feels so nice to have this all moving and all fit together. God, that is like playing with Play-Doh. It's just so smooth. All right, enough playing with this thing. We got that bit done. Beautiful. Sheet D out of here. Now we want to get parts 17 and 16 off of sheet C. Grab me a 17. Slice into that here. 17. 16. Beautiful. And it wants me to, quote, tightly fit parts as far as they will go. So that's encouraging. We want a nice snug fit on these, apparently. So we're going to make sure we clean it up as well as we can so that we're giving them all nice, smooth, flat surfaces to work with. We're going to want that nice and clean there. Perfect. Like there's a little bit of mold lines on this, but not bad. Okay, grab you, slide you across, nice and smooth, perfect. Slide this across, nice and smooth. Well, not quite. Now nice and smooth? Better. Now nice and smooth? Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Alright. It wants me to take 17 and 16. The larger hole, I see that. It looks like there's two different sides here. There's like a thin side and then a like larger open side. Ah, but I see. Oh, this piece can be like this, and you could flip it over and do this, and it's the same thing. Okay, so there's no like up or down on this piece. I've got it. Interesting. Just gonna look real closely at this to make sure that that is correct, and that there is, yeah, no functional up or down. Alright, so in that case, we just take this and shove it into the larger hole, and we want to shove them together apparently as tightly as they'll go. So, flush is what that means, apparently. Just right up against each other. Perfect. Don't know what this is for. I want pieces 13 and 19 off that same sheet next. So, where's my piece 13? Wait, not 13. 14 and 19. I was like, we already did 13. Good deal. Good deal. And 19 up here. Alright. 13 or 14. 19. Gonna do a little bit of cleanup. I was like, if I can finish like the legs section of this today, of the subframe, I think I'll be pretty happy. That would be, I think, a reasonable goal to set. Because, yeah, this is going to be quite complicated from the looks of it. Alright. Perfect. Alright, piece 14. I need to take this thing here that I've made. I need to take my piece 14. I want to have it this way. And we're going to shove this... That's the second piece it wants me to do. Okay, hold up. Take piece 19. Take this. Plug this hole into the bottom of there. Like that. Does this move now? No, that's like locked in place. Why is that locked in place? It's supposed to move? Maybe not. Maybe you're supposed to stay in place. Yeah, alright. And then just, yeah, take the other side. Get that synced into there. What is your deal? Okay. Feels like it should move, but doesn't. So we'll leave it. You go here. Next bit. I need C24 and 15 on C3. Okay, so 24 at the bottom here. I have no idea what we're making at the moment. It might be feet. 24 and then 15. Where's my 15? 15's right up the top. It's this little bit. Alright. You go there. Wonderful. More cleanup. Then... Jeez. A very tiny one. Cut right towards my hand, as is tradition. Biggest tip when I'm using this is I try to hold the blade as close to where I'm cutting as possible, so that I have some control over the tip of it. Because like, you can have pieces slip in your hands, and then you have a blade flying around. Don't want that. So I try to keep it nice and controlled, so that I'm not flying around all over the place, and that my fingers can help blade guard. All right, take this piece here. There is a difference, so we want this. It's going to be hard to show on camera, but there is actually a difference in the angle of that piece there. So we got to watch the angle so that this is coming, the angle's going that way. All right. Piece on. Next up, we're shoving this. This is going this way. And like this, latched into there. So that we've got, okay, that's a weird joint. Alright. Other piece I need was 23 off of this same runner, which is the other one at the bottom. I see this. This really does feel like you're just building like an actual robot at times. Like, the amount of detail in this and how many like structural parts there are, and moving bits and reinforced bits, and how these like tracks and guides and runners and functioning pistons and everything else kind of fits together, is that it really does feel like it's just an actual, like if I could find small enough motors to put in this, you could just make like an actual little functioning guy. All right, so into the track, and then it wants me to snap these bits together here so that I've got, this has to be the foot, right? And then we can kind of like, we've got like some real range of motion on that. Like you can really flip that around. Interesting. It's showing it as being all the way up. So we're gonna do that. Oh boy, there is a lot going on here. 21, 22, and 23, or 20, 21, and 22 are all coming together here. Okay, 20, 21, and 22, and this should be the end of this bit here. So, last of my pieces on this runner, 20. 21. Got a bunch of these like tightly fit parts as far as they will go. We've got some turn parts. We've got some... There's a lot going on in this step. Alright. Get this all sliced together. Okay, that should be done. Nice. More cleanup. Again, just make sure that we're getting everything nice and smooth feeling. Very good. We got a little bit back there. It's a little rough. That feels good. Alright. Same on the next one. Just keep steadily kind of filing away. How's that? Good. Alright. Last bit here. That one is... That's going to be fine there. Right? Yeah. A little tiny bit through there. Yeah. Clean molds. Good lord. Alright. So we've got 20, 21, 22. According to this, it wants me to take part 22. It wants this thing looking about like this. And I'm supposed to take this big thing on 22 and shove it through the hole on this assembly that I've got here. And we're supposed to do parts as tight as they'll fit. I'm guessing that this hole in there is supposed to line up with this socket on this. Would be the only thing that would make any sense to me. So we're gonna do that. To show if that's supposed to... Yeah, that's gotta be right. So we're gonna find an angle where I can... Yeah, there we go. Now that's fitting in there. And then we shove that in. So now these are interlocked on both the like upper bit and the lower bit, which I'm guessing is this still... Yeah, we can still move this. It's got a little bit more resistance to it now. Oh yeah, and if we move this, this rotates. Okay, I see. So get that in there as tight as it'll go. Give it a nice solid squeeze. Next up, part 1. Then... Part 2. We need this to be in the middle. I just need to make sure I'm getting this in the right orientation. I need this, part 21, to go into here. Yeah, with the detail on the bottom. And then this last piece is going to go into here. And it should, I've already got the other piece in there, just sync up nice and smoothly. Again, give it a nice solid squeeze. That should all be, yeah, posable to an extent. And oh yeah, we can like lift that bit up now, and it'll like flatten that lower bit out. Oh, that's got some actual like arch to it. Oh my lord, that is cool. Okay. Okay, so now we've done this. We're supposed to take our leg and shove this. This is a foot. I was correct. Shove this into this. Just. Oh, this rotates like this too. Oh my god. How do we get you? I mean, I feel like you go farther than that, right? Yeah. We just gotta find an angle where I can get some leverage on this. Right? Like, does this... This is definitely supposed to go, like, farther in, right? Oh yeah, there we go. Now it's starting to fit in there. Alright, keep finding spots where I have some leverage. We're good. Okay, and then that goes to the back. Right? Okay, hold up. Trying to look at my pictures here to see if I've got this pushed in as it's supposed to be. Very difficult to tell. Turn the parts. I believe we're as pushed in as it's gonna get. Yeah, I don't want to put any more force than that on that. That's not healthy. Man, this has, again, just some incredible range of motion. This bit here, you have it forward, actually has a track for that in there. Okay, so that can like lift out. This is a movable toe. We've got full rotation on all of this. We've got that can rotate. Man, oh man, that is wild. And then, yeah, next step, it wants me to take the foot, the leg, and bend this bit back up here to kind of expose behind the kneecap. And we're looking for the F1 runner. Oh, this should be piece 8. It's going to be like a cover for that, it looks like. Alright. So, get this onto there. Nice. Get this onto there. Nice. And now you are apparently, with the 2 prongs up, supposed to fit into here below the knee. Just kind of slide into place there. Ah, and snap in. There we go. And so I've got that little light gray bit in there, which covers up some more of the like janky hinges and stuff. So now when we're actually moving it, it's all nice and hidden behind all of that. So many little like moving intricate bits to this. And it's so like it's stiff. It's got some rigidity to it. Like it doesn't feel like, you know, it's just gonna flop around if I like waggle it. Like that is in place, which is wild. Considering again, there's no glue here. This is all just push fit. Yeah, you can actually like, I could like bend this and bring the knee back a little bit. With that piston exposed, we could, yeah, you can position that leg. Like this is a freestanding leg now. that is insane. And yeah, for size, we can kind of see the scale of the whole model now that we've actually got like most of a functioning leg done. Like, that's about the length of my hand. Americans will measure things in anything but the metric system. What if I'm trying to see if that's supposed to go any farther in or not. Almost feels like it should, but I don't want to force it. I guess later if we come back and it feels like something's not lined up right there, we can always go back in and do some more work on it. We are not locked in on being able to like push the part more together if I feel like I need to. Alright. Oh, and well, I didn't even notice there's the foot can rotate independently here. So we've got rotation on that axis. We've got rotation on that axis. We've got like this whole thing can rotate like that, so you can get like your foot flattened out or arched if you want. That's wild. I'm assuming this doesn't rotate like that. No, okay. So you can't twist your leg in a weird angle. All right, good, got it. Parts designed undergate have excess runner on their inner or back sides. Make sure to trim the portions indicated by the arrow. So we want to now take, I see. Our V7, which if I'm not mistaken, was it, oh god, I don't know if it was 7 or 8 here. Okay, it was 6 and 7, so 7's the bigger ones. I'm supposed to be taking 2 of these V7s, which are these gold bits. And apparently on the bottom, where the attachment points were, it actually sticks up a bit, so they're expecting you to have to, like, cut that off a tiny bit. Flatten it up. So basically the bottom of this cylinder should be smooth, which, okay, that makes sense. Guessing it's something to do with the molding process, is that it's easier to, like, attach to the sheet. Oh, you know, it's probably because if you do it on the underside, you don't have your cut point on the nice visible surface. It's on the side that's going to be contained within the model, so you're not going to see that. Because here, when I'm cutting it, I'm going to be like exposing some of the like non-plated bit of this gold sprue. So by putting it on the underside, you eliminate that as a problem. Just going to be very careful as I cut these off. This is going to require some torque that I don't stab my own hand. That would be bad. We don't want to do that. So we are going to be a little bit more careful than usual on that. Alright, perfect. 2 of those, cut open, beautiful. And these are just covering up these, it looks like. I don't know if there's like a correct orientation on this. No, doesn't look like there would be. They're the same either way, so we can just do that and do that. And we get that nice gold joint on there. Beautiful. And then we've got, how does this fit together? F7. And there's apparently stickers that go onto this bit. So... Oh, I see, because you're going to be able to see through. This is going to be like a grill. You're going to be able to see through it, and they're going to put some stickers below it to give it a reflective surface below it. I see how that works. And then we're going to cover this all up with armor plating at the end, and you're not going to be able to see any of this. Which feels like a real shame. But I guess it's neat to know that it's all there. Maybe this bit will be like slightly visible through the armor. Okay, so I've got F7. F7, it wants... This is going to attach like here, just above the pistons. And apparently, yeah, there's a sticker we're going to be putting on. Okay, so F7. Let me go to my adhesive sheets. We are attempting to find adhesive piece. Etching sticker 8. Which is, I see it. It's in there. We gotta free my boy. Let me just slice that open. Beautiful. Where's my... Slide my etching sticker out without removing the rest of these. My god, there's a lot of stickers. We got plastic stickers, we got regular stickers, we got water transfers, we got... But no, we want this. This feels like it's actually on like almost plastic card, like metallic sheet here. Interesting. We want sticker number 8. Which I see here. How do I get sticker number 8 off of there? Oh my, there's like a film cover here. How do I get number 8 off of there? Does that come off here? Never dealt with one of these before, so I don't really know. Do I just like lift this off somehow? I feel like the silvery side of this is almost entirely adhesive. Am I supposed to just like bend this back slightly? Oh, there we go. Yeah, this is... I feel like this sticker is made of like metal. This is insane. Yeah, it totally is. Okay, so then... Yeah, that's insane. Alright, so then I need to attach this onto this. We need to, like, line you up in there so that you're on this bit. And we'll just slide you into place. And that gives me... Yeah, there's like a silver bit on there now that we're then going to put this grate over, immediately covering most of it. But you can just barely, through that grate, see a little bit of the reflective grill in there. That is frankly absurd levels of detail. Yeah, like, is almost certainly just going to end up getting covered by a bit of armor plating. Alright, let's do that on the other side. I need to get you... out stabbing my hand. I need to get the knife under this so that we can lift it off of that sheet without fucking it up. We're gonna get the knife under there. Yeah, this whole thing feels like it's made out of metal, which is a little wild. Like really thin aluminum or something. It's a little more sturdy than aluminum. I have no idea what this material is. Definitely not regular plastic or sticker, though, I can tell you that. Oh, very heavily attached to that adhesive. Whatever that adhesive they're using is not playing around. Okay, so we've got that off. And how you go onto here. Same as the other side. Okay. Make sure that's lined up properly and snugly in place. So we've now got our shiny bit on the other side. Right there. Good lord. This model is doing the most. This is very cool, seeing how this all fits together, though. Alright. You. And you. Set you up here. Clean this bit up. Make sure that's nice and cleaned up. Perfect. Okay, and then slots go on the side of the metal bit. This goes into there. We've got another bit of metal, mostly entirely covered up, but just a little bit of shine coming through it. Okay. Next up. That all lined up? Yeah, that looks right. Okay. It's wild. Next up. F5 and 9. Is that right? F1, 5, and 9? This is F1, right? Yeah, okay. And I'm looking for piece 5. Get this back over with the rest of the stickers so I don't lose it. 5. 5. I can throw this out. You can go into that bag. And 9. Perfect. Get you nice and smoothed out. I'm very glad I used a fresh blade on this because it's making this very quick and simple. Like I changed my X-Acto or hobby knife out, whatever, right before I started streaming because I was like, I know this is gonna be getting a lot of use today on smoothing out all these, cut points, and it is, but it's doing its job. All right, 5 and 9. We want to take leg. We want to take 5. 5 is going just below here, like that, into place. 9 is doing the same thing, shoving this whole big ridiculous thing into place. Okay. Then we want F1. I want parts 1 and 2. These are going to be the bottom plates on the feet, it looks like. So get that into place. And some more tidying up. Also, this is like the high elf or the like blood elf theme. But according to my YouTube channel, this is an Elven Forest mix? There's no elves in Elven Forest. What the hell is this about? An hour of Elven Forest ambience, right? Am I hallucinating? Oh no, we've finished Elwyn and we're on to Eversong Woods. Okay, there we go. That makes more sense. Ah, we're doing just random order. Of course, why wouldn't we? That's fine. I was like, that doesn't make any sense. That should totally there ain't no elves out there. It's the best part about Elwyn Forest. The lack of elves. Alright. 1 and 2. This is 2, this is 1. So 1 is going on the front bit of the foot. Up here. Perfect. And then 2 is going on the back bit of the foot. There is some slight overhang. I'm guessing there's going to be some like armor panels that connect to that. Because there are some little holes that are sticking out past the end of the heel. That's not going on flush. Why not? Why aren't you flat with the rest of this? I guess it is everywhere else. Does that just not go perfectly flush on there? I don't know, maybe. We good? If I put you on the heel nice and flush. Okay, we're good. We've got F4 and F3, and apparently we're done with this sheet. Nice. 4 and 3. There's 4. There's 3, and we can ditch this. Beautiful. Clean up number 4 a little bit. We're not having, because that looks like it's going to be rotating. And we don't want little nubs sticking off blocking the rotating bit. Wouldn't want that. We'll just make sure that's all nice and cleaned up. Check you. You're good. Check you. That's good. Check you. That's good. 3. Piece 3 goes on to the bottom of the leg attaching to right here. Piece 4. Same thing on the other side. And then apparently this bit up here just interlocks with itself. Yes, it does. Nice and clean. I guess we have like a ankle guard? Okay. Like he's wearing Crocs. Alright. Get this flattened up and lined up and ready to go. Perfect. Now we need 2 of the 6s, which are these little round ones here. We're just gonna, again, clean the under gates, apparently they're called, off, because we've got those. Alright. That feel flat? Yeah. Clean that up. Clean that up. Clean that up. Alright. Move. And then you go right onto there to cover up the like joint on these sort of ankle guard collar bit. Should just go right right onto there. Okay. Check the articulation of parts. It's saying I should be able to, like, bend this pretty aggressively forward. Oh yeah. Yeah, okay, we can get a nice forward lean on that, and then make sure that we're still able to fully bring this all back like that. And then we can tip it to the side. Yeah, that is an insane amount of range of motion on this. Okay, cool, wonderful. That's all working. Everything's doing what it should do. Flatten this all back out. Get his foot flat again. Get his leg rotated back into place. Watch them pistons retract. Oh, smooth. All right. Leg 1 down. Oh my god. Okay, so that only took 2 hours. Let's do another leg. We'll do the other leg today. What's after the leg? What do I do after I finish my other leg? Okay, other leg, we then do the waist. Okay, yeah, we can do the waist. And then we'll at least have, like, most of a lower bit of a robot. Alright, so leg number 1, we're basically done with for now. I am going to put it far over to the side here and out of the way, so that it's not in my way while we're working on this next leg. Alright. Continuing. Oh, this is trash. Get that out of there. We're gonna just start trimming the next bit off. We got the next, like, main structural MSF2 bit. The bit with all the, like, interlocked castings, which I don't understand how they've done that. We're gonna go ahead and trim that boy off so that it's ready to go. And now we've got that runner clear into the runner pile. And we've got myself this to clean up, which I'm just going to do kind of in my lap here because it's easier to see. Because leaning forward over the table is going to kill my back if I keep doing it. So sorry, but you're just going to be looking at the runners for right now, because I do not have a good camera angle for this. I wish I could, like, attach the camera to my face so that it would be, like, pointing forward. Suppose we could tape it to my head, stopping me from doing that, but would feel a little silly. Alright. I think that's pretty cleaned up. We're really seeing I came apart nice and smooth. Yeah, that's looking real nice. Alright, that's got a little bit of a nub to it. Let's get that off of there. Rest of this looks like we're in pretty good shape. Alright. Cut this apart. Take this bit. Rotate it backwards. Oh god. Then rotate it backwards so it's locked in. And rotate this down so it's locked in. Then we're going to take this bit and turn it 90 degrees that way, and this bit and turn it 180 degrees that way. I wonder why you have to turn that 180 degrees. I wonder why they didn't just cast it facing the other direction. There must be a reason, but like, very strange. Okay, you're done. Next up, D1 and 2. 1 and 4, sorry. Alright. 1, 2. There's my 1. And there's my 4. We're going to start trying to move a little quicker on this bit. Like we've done 1, so we've seen how it all goes together, and this side should just be everything that we just did but mirrored. So, shouldn't be anything that I'm like, how is this supposed to fit together? Because theoretically, we've figured that all out now. 1 and 4, beautiful. Piece 1 is going to be the upper assembly. Is going to go into here like this. Yeah. That fit in there nice and tight. Make sure it's flush up. Perfect. And then take the other piece, shove it through. Get that fit into there. Beautiful. Alright. You're done. Next up, we need to clean up our next set of pistons. We've got our pistons to prime. Get that in. Get that in. Alright. Silver bit cleaned up. We gotta get this other bit cut off the sprue. And just be a little careful when we're doing this to make sure we're not cutting anything important. I think I can then chuck this sheet because I clipped off, this was attached to the shield. But I clipped off the shield and I think we're done with it now. That should be everything. Alright, you can get in the bin. It's not telling me that I'm done with the sheet right now, but that's because it expects that I've still got the shield on there, but I just didn't want to have that whole thing kicking around for no reason, so I cut off all the bits that I need. Otherwise, it would have felt very silly having a big old chalk and shield. Is this gonna slide right? Yeah, okay, we're fine. That works nice and smooth. Pistons together. Pistons. We want the red bit with that bit facing out into the top, and the silver bit into the bottom. Should be good to go. Alright. Next up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We need parts 5 and 8 off of sheet D, which is in my lap. 5 and 8. That is going to be these big boys here. There's my 5. There's my 8. Smooth them up. Looks good. Looks good. Alright. Next bit. Smooth that up. And yeah, looks pretty good. Got a little nub there. cleaned up. All right. Next step, it wants part 8 with this bit facing down to be onto here and shoved through these two big holes onto there. That. And then this bit to go on the other side of it, like this. Squeeze it together. A nice firm little, make sure all the points are touching. Beautiful. Another bit done. Alright. Next up, my silver and my, this is the little knee plating bits. Want my silver and my gold bits nice and smooth. Gold bit smoothed up. Silver bit looking smoothed up. Alright. Rinse and repeat of the last time. All I should have to do is slide the teeth of these together. Make sure the gold bit slides in there, the silver bit slides in there, and then just push them as tight as they'll go. Should line up in the back. So that's all good to go. Perfect. Then we take D10 and 11. Where do those live? These are these middle bits down here. Make sure we got them clean. 10 and 11. There's my 10. There is my 11. Alright. Get everything cleaned up as I can get them on these. Looking good. Looking good. Okay. How do I want to do this? We want to do what part next? Put this into part 10 as the next step. And we want the gold bit facing kind of up. So we slide that in. Is this right? Why aren't you sliding in smoothly? My gold and silver bit's not locked in properly. Definitely set up right. Why aren't you? Ah, there we go. Was slightly angled so it wasn't sliding in smooth. Alright. Bit slid into here. Take this. This goes into here as the next bit. And wait, is that right? No. This goes into here as the next bit. This goes into here. Right. There we go. And then these go like this. And like this. Okay. Perfect. That's all set. Next up, 6 and 7 off the sheet D. A million bits. Number 6. Number 7. There's so much, like, little attention to detail on these two. With, like, like panel lining on these parts to show that it's like supposed to be made of multiple pieces that are put together. On like tiny little parts that you're just never gonna see. That are gonna be like completely buried in the substructure. Because I think what we're building right now is just that little like when you bend the knee, there's that little flap that kind of slides out so that it's not like exposing the internal workings. I'm pretty sure that's all we're building here. And it's still like completely covered. Alright, so this should just go into here. And then this should just go into here. Yeah, that's all this was. It's just this little flappy bit up here. And that's just going to kind of slide to cover up this rotating joint when you're bending the knee. Alright, perfect. That fit together tightly? Yes. We gotta do 13 and 14 right down at the bottom. 13. And 14. Alright. Get that over to there. Clean up my 13. Clean up my 14. Slap these in place. Alright, is that smoothed out? Yep. I can recognize that this is where those little silvery stickers are going to end up going later on in the bit. These are absolutely the panels those attach to. Little stickers. Alright, so 13, 14. Piece 13 is going to attach to the pistons in this sort of an orientation where it's attaching to the red piston, because I remember that. This is going to do the same thing on the other side, covering that up. Make sure that's all slid together nicely. Beautiful. Got the little bit right there attached. Next up, we've got D2 and 3, which is going to be the piece that has the warning about not clipping a piece off. Yes, I see it. I like that they give you that warning. That is very handy that like, hey, this is attaching to like a peg. So there's going to be a piece that like looks like it might be part of the sprue cut point, but isn't. That is a good warning to have. Alright. Clean them up and get them into place. And I think we're good to go on that. Slide that up a little bit. Get you cleaned up. Onto there. Checking for any rough edges, and I think we're good. Where does this go? This is covering up at the top. So piece 2, covering up all of this. Oh, right, I remember, because I thought we were supposed to be trying to clip it onto that sliding bit, but no, the sliding bit goes under it. So get you in place, and then get you in place, and squeeze that around everything so that sliding plate is like behind there. Because now, when we slide it, yeah, that plate kind of slides out into position. Okay. Oh, you know, there's actually a cutaway diagram to show you that, yeah, that plate's supposed to slide into the back here. Now I see what that's showing. All right. Next up is C. Is this my C? Yeah. 13 and 18 going down onto the bottom. So 13 and 18. I see them. Get that trimmed out. One of you there. One of you there. And we'll clean it. Oh boy, clean those up. Those definitely feel like they're going to need it a little bit. You know, a little more comfortable with these clippers, and I can cut pretty close to it here, which makes it very easy to clean up. Again, fresh pair of clippers for this, which is paying off. It means it's nice and sharp, and I can cut nice and close without having to worry about damaging the model at all. And I have less cleanup to do. Is going to be a real time saver. So the combination of nice sharp knife and a nice sharp cutting tool, snippers or whatever you want to call them, definitely paying off today. Alright, 18. We want to get you. 18 should look like this. It does. We want that onto there, and that onto there, kind of around the ankle joint. Getting that all put into place and covered up. And then the last of our bits off of sheet D. This is 12, and this is 9. Perfect. And that's it for you. Sheet D is gone. Get that out of there. It's so nice just having knowing that, like, okay, I'm done. We can burn through that. Like, they're kind of moving through them in like a sensible order. All my parts for my legs are printed on these same couple of sheets, which makes it just super quick and easy to like locate what you need, keep moving, burning through. Like, for the level of complexity this is, honestly pretty straightforward following what you're doing. Gotta be careful when you're cutting and when you're smoothing to make sure you got everything as clean as it can be, and all of your pieces are lined up properly, and you are good to go. Okay. So, take this, take 9. Where is this going? This is, yeah, right alongside these pistons, I think, if I'm not mistaken. That's even going to have that bit sticking through it, probably. Right? Yeah. How do you want you on there? I'm trying to see how it wants this on there, and I'm not jumping out at me. Oh, does this go into here? Like this? Yeah, there we go. Now it just snaps into place. I was like, I was lining up with that silver bit on the piston right there. I was having some problems with the other pieces, not wanting to sync up properly, but just had to rotate it around a little bit, and it was in there nice and smooth. Alright, beautiful. Make sure that's nice and fit together. That That should be right. Okay. That's most of that done. Next up, onto the foot. Where's my part C? I need 16, 17. This is going to be that, like, ankle joint. This put together. Keep trimming all of this. And cut this down. And cut this down. Okay, I think we're good there. So now we just take this piece, rotate it like that, take you, and stick you like this. We want it as far as it'll go. It's nice and flush up against there. Perfect. Then I'm gonna need 14 and 19. I see them. We're getting pretty low on remaining pieces. Is encouraging. 14 and 19. We'll eventually have 2 functioning legs here. Clean this all up, which I'll probably dust off my desk here in a second. Feels like we're starting to get quite a pile of plastic shavings. Let's just get you out of the way real quick, and then add a little dusting. All right. Okay, so now we take this bit here and this bit here, and this goes into here, and then same thing on the other side, like this. Okay. Base of foot together. Next up, 24 and 15 off of C. I remember this bit because there's the weird little angled bit on this tiny piece. Gotta make sure we have facing in the right direction or it won't work. So 24. And then we'll get 23 cut off too, because we're just going to be putting it right on the other side. So get this all set up so we can just slide it nice and together real quick. Keep 23 kind of like off to the side here so that it's not in my way. But we want to get this ready to roll. Alright, cut you out. Get you carved out. sure you're looking clean. Okay, how does this fit together? Make sure we got this right. This bit sits upright. And then take this bit like this and slide this onto here. So it's sitting like that, I believe. I think that's right. Okay. And then once we've done that, I think we just take all of this, slot this into that groove, and same thing on the other side, and then make sure the front of the feet meet together. Okay, so we've got part of a foot. Perfect. Alright, next up. The end of runner C. We just cut all these parts off and we're fitting them together. Beautiful. And this is the final C3 runner for the project. We are out of C3s after this. I'm also curious to see, I'm hoping the answer here is going to be no, but is there going to be a misprint in the instruction manual anywhere? Is there going to be like a mislabeled piece or a mislabeled runner anywhere? Because I feel like every single like Warhammer model I buy, like every one of them, there is one piece somewhere on their instruction sheet that will just have the wrong number associated with it. And it's not the end of the world, like it doesn't really matter that much, but it's just like funny that like every single time you're just like, well, wait a minute, piece F3 doesn't look anything like that, and you'll figure out there's like two F3s in the instruction manual. And it's actually supposed to be like piece F5 or something like that. It's like it's so goofy. They make that mistake like every single time. It's almost to the point that I'm like, is this some kind of weird copyright thing? Like, are you intentionally publishing mistakes in your guides as some form of like proof that you're the ones that made it? Like, I don't know what this is about. Like, in case anybody ever tried to start publishing like off-market assembly instructions? Is that the point? I don't know. All right. That's all there. So now we take this bit, we take the foot, take this goes through here and gets pushed through as far as you can get it, right? Yeah. That has to be right, right? Oh, does this sync up with the hole there? Yeah, okay, there we go. Those are fit together. Then we take this bit with the... Yes, perfect. And last up is this bit synced up with all three of those holes. Fits together nice. Perfect. Now we've got all of that together. We take the foot and we attach it to the ankle. And we see if this one wants to go all the way in or how far in this one wants to go. The other one definitely did not go like all the way in. Oh no, this one basically went all the way in. Okay, so that tells me that the other leg we need to push that foot farther in. Because that one went like all the way flush. So we need to work this a little bit. Something isn't right here, or I need to pull this bit off. That might be advisable. We'll just take the ankle guard off of you. Hold up. We're gonna do some disassembly on the other foot. Because this foot went all the way in nice and smooth, and that tells me that this other foot is also supposed to go all the way in nice and smooth, and there is some reason that it is not lining up properly. If I wiggle it a little bit, is there like a something? There we go. Got it. Just had to give it a little more elbow grease. Now that that's in, put our ankle guard back on that other leg. Like our foot wasn't quite lined up perfectly there. This now causes it to not interfere. Not as much anyway. Yeah, okay, it definitely doesn't interfere as much. Interesting. Okay. Leg, foot, ankle, attached. Beautiful. Get that all flattened out. Alright, get the foot out of there. This sheet was done? Yes, sheet C3 done. Into the bin. Now then, F8, F1 8. This is where we rotate the knee out and stick that cover on the internal knee joints. Get that on there. We are flying along on this leg compared to the last one. Like I said, once you learn one side, because it's all just mirrored on the other side, you kind of just like, you can get moving a little more smoothly. So we now want to rotate that as far down as I can get it. We want the nubby bits pointing upwards, and we want to slide that in, and it should, if I remember correctly, just kind of pop into place if you put a little bit of pressure on it. Yep, there we go. Nice little snap, and it's in. And now that's in place. And we push it back forward. Now we're going to put these golden gates onto the knees. We need to cut these little under bits off first. Out cutting my fingers off of my hand. Ideally. You know, or we could cut my fingers off my hand. I feel like I'm getting enough of a lesson in how, like, you know, like robot anatomy works here. I could probably just build myself some replacement fingers if I really needed to. It'd be a little difficult to do missing the fingers, but maybe we should build the robot fingers first before we cut my fingers off. That might be a smarter idea. Alright. Golden bits onto here. Perfect. That's all good. We are now moving back to some stickers. Oh boy, which I set on the other side of the desk. What a fool. Stickers. Gotta see them there. Yeah, very reflective stickers. Alright. How do we want this? I want to do etching sticker 9. Ah, I see. It's very strange. Carefully peel it off. Yeah, you don't say. It really does not want to come off of this, though. Like, man, these are on there. Come on. I was like, I can get my knife, like, under it. Then we can hopefully use my knife to sort of guide that off of there. Alright, you are sticker number 9, which means you are going on the near side. And we want you lined up like that. And probably a little lower down. Yeah, there we go. Gotta get it into place. Give it a little pressure there. Alright, perfect. Shiny bit onto you, which is getting covered up immediately by piece number 6. I really want to know what those stickers are made out of, because they are, like, not playing around. They are quite sturdy. Alright. You're all cleaned up. Let's get this over that. Beautiful. In place. Phenomenal. It's a little weird to me because there's like 2 rows of like ventilation dots on the sticker. Probably not even be able to show that on here. Oh, you can kind of see it. A couple rows in there. And they actually don't perfectly line up with the like holes in this piece that you're covering it with. Like they're at a slight angle compared to that, which is very strange, but whatever. I'm not a mech designer. What do I know? I'm sure there's some reason for that. Okay. Remove piece carefully. We're good. Alright. Now then. Attached to there, roughly. Yeah, perfect. Alright, you're lined up. Get my other piece off of here. That is the end of the stickers for now. We'll just set them up here for the time being. That is some wild bit of... I might end up using some tiny amounts of glue on those for some of the future ones. If they're not going to be behind a piece like this, because I feel like the adhesive on them isn't like the strongest bond I've ever seen. So we might use a little bit of adhesive on that just to help hold her in place. If it's behind something like this, where there's a piece in front of it, I don't think it'll really matter, because it's not like there's going to be any pressure on it that's going to move it. Maybe once it dries, it's like super solid. I have no idea, but it's definitely something that I feel like might be worth looking into on the future ones. I don't know where these all end up going, so we'll see. Maybe they're all covered by stuff, and so it won't matter anyway. Next up is 9 and 5. There's you. And you. That was piece 5, so do them like that so that I know which way they're going. Oh. My leg's running away on me. Okay. Clean this off. Okay. Clean this off. Okay. Alright, piece 5 is on the near side if it's facing this way, so right here, and should just slip into place somewhere around here. There we go. Same with you. Other side, no, hello? Leg? There we go. Perfect. And then the foot plates. Like, where'd my cutters go? Foot plates onto there and there. All right. And a little bit of cleanup just to keep it nice and smooth. Amazing how little cleanup you need on these. These come out nice, like clean work. All right, you go towards the front of the foot, apparently. All right. I got that right. It says it goes towards the front of the foot. Why doesn't any of this line up? Or are my toes not like flat? No, wait, I'm pushing this too far back. I see. It goes here. It goes in the middle of the foot. But like the front middle of the foot. I see it. And then you go on the back middle of the foot, facing that way so that your little circle bits are sticking off the back of the heel. Beautiful. Bing, bang, boom, done. Foot. Okay. Foot plates attached. Now we just get these guys off of here, and this is the end of the last full runner sheet for the legs. So, slice this apart, and I think we'll do the waist too. I've got a little time still. We can go ahead and do some work on the waist. Why not? We'll try setting the autofocus on again, see how it likes that. Maybe it'll work a little better. Who knows? Alright, clean both of these guys off. Perfect. Alright, and then it should just be this bit onto the back of here, like so. Maybe? Did I get that right? Yeah. And then this bit onto here, like that. Push them together. Should have a nice little ankle guard there that match my other side nicely. Yeah, perfect. And then cut the little backs off of these, stick my caps on. I think that's it. I think that's 2 legs down. Well, at least the frame. One. 2. 3 of those underframes trimmed off. Make sure we're feeling nice and smooth on those. Perfect. Get them onto here. Eventually. There we go. It should rotate into position somewhere. There we go. That's that. That's all together. Second leg done. That my second leg finished. We are looking good. And now it is time to start working yeah, it's time to start working on oh, it's showing there as being stickers here. But it's not showing me where the stickers are. Just gonna real quick glance at this to see if it shows like sticker placement on here anywhere. 'Cause it claims I need some stickers, but it doesn't tell me which ones. Kind of reading through all this to see if I see anything that's like, ah, yes, attach. Ah, okay, I see my stickers. They are very tiny, and they are going to go into the middle of this subframe assembly before the legs get attached. These might honestly be water transfers, not stickers. We'll see. If they're water transfers, oh god. Apply stickers of your choice from sticker B to the frame from phase 1 to 2. Not entirely sure what that means. From phase 1 to 2. Sticker B number. Apply sticker of your choice. Let me look at my sticker sheets. Maybe it'll make more sense once I see this. So we want to find my sticker sheet. Stickers. I'm looking for sticker B. It's claiming that it's this big sticker sheet here. That I'm supposed to apply sticker B. And a left and a right. Apply stickers of your choice to this tiny little spot here. Can I get a sticker guide or something on this? Is there like a close-up of his crotch? Marking location. Refer to the images for placement of stickers. Because it looks like sticker B. This is like underneath that central bit. I'm trying to see. I don't even know if you'd ever be able to see this once it's covered up. Metallic 3D stickers location. Okay, cool. Attach, how to attach, got it. Subrunners used for other assemblies, got it. Trying to see here, if I go back to the front and I go to my sticker sheets, does it show me a list of my sticker sheets maybe? And then I can see what sticker it thinks I'm supposed to be shoving into there? Because, man, I am not seeing any sign of anything. No. So from phase 1 to phase 2. Hmm. Metallic 3D stickers. Stickers A. Okay, sticker B. So it's definitely the big water transfer sheet that it wants me to be pulling these stickers off of. Well, we'll get to that in a second, I guess. I don't know how you would know which sticker it wants you to grab here, but we'll take a look at that when we get to that step. We're not going to waste too much time thinking ahead. I do need to assemble some runners here. I need B3 and E2. I need to check if those need to get cut off of anything. So B3 is going to be... Yeah, okay, so that's all one big sheet. So B3, and it was E2, correct? Got it. Okay, so I'm looking for a dark gray sheet and a gray sheet. Got it. Let me, we're on page 20. B3 and E2, you say? I think you might be my B. Wonderful. And then this multicolored sheet here. Another cool one. It's cast in like 4 different colors into the same mold. So neat. But yeah, B3, and we are going to cut this apart so that I'm only holding sheet B3 and not sheets B1 and 2. I don't need them right now. So we can just trim that apart along these lines here and put my 1 and 2 back and hold on to my 3. And then I need to find E, which is hopefully going to be simple enough to spot. That's a Q. Anything with an E on it. So that's a V, a U. There's an E. And which one was it again? B3 and E2, I believe, is what I'm looking for. Yeah, B3 and E2. And these are apparently going to be used to form like the main frame. We're also looking for a couple pieces off the Oh, we are going to need some stuff from here. Okay, we've got some extra stuff we got to grab. Hold up, we're not quite done yet. We're going to need to cut this apart. We're going to need to shove this back into the bin. Yeah, we've got some soft plastic pieces that are going to be used as joints. I've seen these in those Metal Gear models I did. And we're going to need to find those and get them ready to go. Alright, all this can go back into here for now. We don't need any of this. Perfect. So, I'm going to want MSF1 has some pieces I'm going to need, which is apparently another bit of like, yeah, casting where it's all interlocked. That's going to have some pieces I need off of it. So we're going to need these bits up here. Got it. Grab those. Are they the same? They're 1 and 2, so we're going to want to make sure we keep these separated so that I'm not confusing myself later. So this is 2. And then this is 1. So trim you off. Clean it up when we're using it too, just to make sure it's all good to go. 1 and 2. Perfect. That can go back in the bin. We need my gold-plated sheet. Where did that end up? Here. I need one single piece off of this, which is going to be located here. It's this big cylinder. Okay. Let's get that cylinder there. And we need X2, which is going to be that soft plastic. I'm assuming. It looks like it's going to be that soft plastic. Yeah. Because it's all a bunch of these little, like... Is this what I was thinking it was? Yeah, it's like almost rubbery. A bunch of little sockets. And you're going to use that probably to hold some of these joints in place to give them a little more resistance. So that they're a bit firmer. And we need... everything in a ring. We're going to want to make sure we get this right. This is 3. Piece 3. Also piece 3. Those are both a 3. Then we've got a 5, a 6, and a 7. And we're going to want to keep them separated in order. So piece 5 is going to go on the left. Piece 6 is going to go in the middle. And piece 7 is going to go on the right, so that we've got them all in the right spot and order so that I know where they are and what they are. That should be everything I need off of you, so you can go back in the bin. According to that, that should be... Oh! Are there 2 of those? Hold up, there might be a second sheet of that light gray rubbery material floating around in here somewhere. Because it looks like it says that that is a ×2. So let me dig around here for a second. See if I can scrounge up a second sheet of that somewhere in here. Nope, that's not it. That's not it. That's all silver bits. Hold just a moment. I'm gonna need a second one of these. We gotta go digging through this pile of sheets to find the one I need. Because there's apparently 2 of those. They apparently weren't in the same bag. So, somewhere in this whole box full of all these parts, there's another sheet with a bunch of round bits in light gray material. No, that's not it. That's not it. That's a negative. That's a nope. None from you. Nothing there. Or wait, am I just being an idiot? Is this literally called X2? Is the frame called X2? And that's what it's saying there, is that this is frame X2, not that this is all ×2. Problem with using a letter as a symbol of multiplication sometimes. Alright. Yes, okay, it's just saying X2 gray. Not, it's X2 and then below it says X2 gray. Ah, because one of them's in Japanese and one of them's in English. Ah, I see, and it's still X2 in Japanese. Got it, fine. Alright, wonderful, we're good. So now, we can start assembling this. I'm gonna need number B315. And there's a warning of a don't cut a peg off here. I'll line that up properly. Don't cut that bit off. Perfect. Good to go. My goal here is to get at least the 2 legs and the waist frame finished so that I can get this, like, standing upright all as one piece. And I also want X26, which was this here. We did 5, 6, 7, and this was 3. So here's my piece 6. I want short and the long bit like that. I want this assembly, and then I want to plug this in here. Yeah, that's kind of basically exactly what I thought it was going to be. Also, let's get this leg out of the way. Leg's going to go over there by the other leg. Now we've got this, like, light gray, softer bit in here, which I'm going to guess something's going to plug into to form, like, a ball joint. Brilliant! And then we're going to take the piece 5, and that, is it the same on both angles? It is going to push fit into this gap here, like that. And piece 16 is going to go over the other side of all of this. Again, don't cut the little nub off when we're cutting this. Okay, we're good. Like a little bit of the sprue broke off there. There's like an airlock pocket in the sprue, which is a little alarming, but that's okay. Oh, there's one on the other side too. Weird. Like a tiny bit of the sprue just like broke off in my hand. I wonder if that's part of how they balanced out the injection. Because I know when you're doing injection molding, a lot of times you need to have like the opposite sides of the mold need to be like same amount of plastic, or the pressure when you're injection molding will like it won't go evenly in. You can get air pockets like that. I wonder if they intentionally designed some into this to like mitigate that problem. All right, sweet. Piece done. Then we take piece B317, which is you. All right. Clean this up. Okay. B317, we want it like this. We want to take piece X7. Good. Use up the last of the goofy ones, so that I don't have to worry about keeping them in the right order anymore. Plug that into there. And then piece 13 off of this, which is this little guy right in the middle here. Alright. Okay. Now this bit, it wants here and kind of fit into that. That right? Yeah, it seems to be. Alright, so this just kind of slides into there. And just kind of chills there, it looks like. Alright, let's get that in place. A weird one. Not a huge amount holding that in position at the moment. Alright, this is piece 18 up next. A little surprised they didn't have me put that little piece in during this step instead of during the last step, but whatever. Doesn't really matter. Still back to back, just weird that you're just kind of setting it there and then moving on to your next bit. Okay. That's cleaned out step one. Take this, feed this through this hole into here. Come on. Get in there. There we go. Okay, so now it's in there. These soft rubbery pieces can be a little awkward because a lot of times they don't want to like set in. So they'll like push back a little bit after you set them in. Alright, we're good. That now clips on the other side. That locks that little piece in a little more tightly, although I'm not going to lie, it could technically still pull out if you manage to get a leverage on it somehow. I imagine that's what it's for. It's going to end up being attached to something else that can slide out, but that's okay. All this together, now I want 19. What are we going to do with this? Still not seeing how this is all, like, where in the waste this is. Also on the lookout for where it thinks I'm supposed to put a sticker on this. We're coming up on that bit, and I still don't know what sticker it wants me to use. Alright, so take one of these, and we want it, like, angled like that, so the two bits are facing like that, and this piece like that. So we're gonna just flip that all. I see. Grooves there and there. This just slides into that hole. Perfect. Guess we do the same thing again. Other side. Yep. Okay. A little bit of cleanup. Alright, and then we're going to do the same thing here. Shove that bit into that. Sweet. Now that we've got these two, looks like we take this, like this, and we take this, like this, then we just shove this into here? Is this right? Apparently it's right. It feels very strange. And then we take this bit and just shove this. Is this right? Hold up. I'm gonna back that off if I can. I want to verify that that is correct. So this goes into... Just don't know if that's correct. No, that's right. Okay, so yeah, because that's the bit in the front. Okay, well, that's fine. It just doesn't feel right. All right, so then we just attach you guys together. How do I? Ah, there we go. Gotta give it a little bit of a squeeze. Get that in, because I'm guessing it's got one of those little gasket bits in the middle there that is applying some force against it, because it likes to kind of squish and then decompress a little bit. So we're just gonna have to kind of squeeze it a little bit. Man, that is gonna be a stiff joint. Okay. Cool. That's all in there. And then, yeah, it wants me to take this little gold thing, shove this in here, although, gotta be said, it wants it in there like this. Well, this is a little frustrating because there is actually some exposed cut points on that, which means that the gold kind of came off. So I might end up going in and painting that gold up a little bit because it's gonna have, if it ever feels like regaining its focus. Oh, do we not want to? Ah, whatever. Yeah, you can see there's a little bit of a rough spot on the top edge of it there. God, I don't know why this thing is so hard to get it to autofocus. Whatever. Yeah, I can just touch that up with some gold paint. That wouldn't be that hard. And it wants me to put a sticker. It says sticker. Oh wait, here we go. Sticker 24 and 25. Oh, either sticker 24 or 25. I'm guessing we put one on one side and one on the other? Is how this is supposed to work? And are these numbered on here? Where's my sticker numbers? Yeah, okay, what's 24 and 25 look like? They are tiny little white lines with some text on them. Now, are these stickers or are these water transfers? Because this blue backing makes me think that it's water transfers, which are like the biggest pain in the ass ever to work with. But if they're just stickers, then like, I guess we will. We'll do 24. Can I get this to come up? How does it look like it has an edge, which water transfers usually don't? I'm gonna fold this because like it's a sticker sheet. You don't want to fold them. That's not ideal. I'm just trying to see if I can get like the edge of my knife under it and then get it up. Oh my god, you can. Oh my god, they are stickers too. It's not a water transfer. Apparently, we're using number 25, which is gonna be... So you want this to go in there. in the corner. And then we just let that go. Use the edge of my knife to tap it down a little bit. Wow. Okay, so we've got a sticker right there. Some little text on it. Like, it's not like readable text, it's just blurry whatever, but like... Alright. Let's get that in there. It comes in pretty darn smooth, I gotta say. That is... Oh my god, after years of working with water transfers, let me tell you, that is a treat. And then we're gonna want the same thing, but on the other side. Okay, so then we just peel the 24 off. This will be like the same sticker, but like reversed. And we use my knife. Kind of set it in there, and does that make sense? Not really. I actually don't like how that looks. Yeah, no, we're going to pull that one off. I'm not a fan of that one. We're going to use the other one. We're going to use 225s because I think that's going to look nicer. And I'll stick this 24 back onto the sheet, actually, if I can. Just in case there's like another place for it later that would make more sense. To me, it looks backwards, though. So we're just going to stick it back onto the sheet and pretend we didn't take it off in the first place. And we'll use 225s. I think that's going to look a lot nicer. So, 25. Kind of attach it to my knife. Slide it into place. Use my finger to hold it down. Pull the knife out. Get that in there nice and smooth. And now we got some sticker on that side and sticker on the other side. Perfect. And I am not going to lie, when I saw that sheet with that color backing, I thought it was water transfers, and I was like, oh, there's water transfers in the goddamn thing. No, they're clear stickers. That is significantly nicer. And yeah, that looks very nice. Okay, we're good. I was worried that I was going to hate that, but it turns out I was worried about nothing. In fact, this is, yeah, still holding its place is like, yeah, definitely the highest quality model kit I've ever had to the pleasure of working with. Okay. Got that attached. I need to get part B3, which I'm guessing is this little... Oh, where's wait, B314. Yeah, this is the part I was looking at. B3 is the sheet, and there's a number for the part. Right. Alright, so now this comes off of here. I do like that gives you options. I'm assuming what that was, that there's one where it's left to right and one where the text would be right to left. And because I'm American, I like my right to left. Wait, left to right, that's it. I know how to read. I can English good. But yeah, no, I'm assuming that because I'm American, I like it that way. Whereas if you were from a country that did right to left, which I might prefer it the other way. In the end, it's really about what you like. Now, cut this off, and that's the end of this sheet. And we've got the main frame of the waist done. So we can then attach some legs to this boy. And we'll just finish up the waist subassembly while we're at this. No sense in leaving it half finished. We'll go ahead and just wrap it all in. Get it all ready to go. All right. Okay. Tightly fit parts as far as they will go. We are going to take this structure here. We are going to put this part into the top of it. We are going to tightly fit the parts as far as they will go. Some nice firm force applied to that. They are nice and flat with each other and flush. And we've got a little platform that I'm assuming our torso is going to build up off of. Beautiful. Then we take our legs. Leg number 1. We are going to apply some nice firm force there. Leg number 2. Apply some nice firm force there. Can always wiggle it a little while we're doing this if we need to give it, there we go, that extra push it needs. And we've got it. Our legs are pushed into our waist. We've got 2 functioning legs, which I should be able to hopefully kind of pose up there. Yeah. We can use the fact that these feet rotate. Give it a flat surface to stand on. Even after we've spread the legs apart just a tiny bit like that. Rotate the feet a little bit to give it some stability. Oh, that is very cool. Yeah, this looks fantastic. Okay. So that's this. I almost don't want to stop. I almost want to just keep building. Yeah, we are going to keep building. Never mind. I'm an idiot. We still got more to build. We've got to build the rest of the structure. It's going to go around this waist. So, step A. Doing this 2 times. There should be an E2 and an E19. E20 and E19. See them? We're going to attach these together, apparently. We're doing this twice. So, give me 2 of the 19s and 2 of the 20s. Okay. Then 2 of the 19s. And where's my other 20? Here's my other 20. Okay, because there's 21 that looks like it's going to be like the opposite side, probably. It's basically the same piece, but everything's mirrored, so. Clean this all up and figure out how these go together. There's a 19 cleaned up, a 20 coming up. Okay, so I take my 20. We want this bit facing this way. We want my 19. I believe it's like this, and then we want to... What? We want to... Oh, I see. We hook it in. So, you've got like this grate here, and you hook it into that bit. Okay, and then once we're done, we swivel it 180 degrees around. Is this right? Oh, yeah, okay. Once it's in, we swivel it 180 degrees around, and then it's going to end up on both sides of that central bit, kind of wrapped around the back. Okay. And then next up, we're taking part E217. I'm doing something with that. Curious to see what this is for. I'm not sure I'm understanding the purpose of this at the moment. Definitely feels like it's gonna be another spot where there's like a billion degrees of articulation, where like all of this is a joint. It's just jointed to another joint. Okay, so E17, flip it like this. I'm taking my assembled bit of this, and this should slide into this groove in here somehow. Is that right? And then this is like, why is that bit able to rotate? Why would we need that in a rotating fashion if it's not going to rotate? Interesting. Well, it seems to be about as together as I can get it, so that's got to be good. Let's do this all again, because apparently we're doing this twice. I'm curious what it is we're constructing here. Because I certainly don't know where this is going to end up on the final product. Cut these out. Cut this out. Perfect. So then we take a piece like this. We take this and spin it around. And then we take this like this and slot it in to there like that. Now we've got two of these. What is the point of that? I don't know what this is for. Alright, well. Next up, we're doing the same thing, but on the other side, it looks like. Two of the 19s and two of the 21s this time. And then I'm assuming the 18s? Yeah. Okay, so it's just going to be the same thing, but reversed. So that's easy enough. We'll just cut these all out. I know what we're doing with these now, so pretty straightforward to see what I'm doing. Again, don't know why we're doing it, but I know what we're doing. Okay, and last up, one of these, one of these, and one of these. And then get my two 18s cut out to okay. About halfway done with that sheet. Clean these up a tiny bit. Then we can start snapping these all together. Seriously blows my mind. These are all push fit. It's so good. So much precision. And like so much thought process put into engineering these to make sure that there's, a attaching pegs or grooves or whatever on all of these don't interfere with the surface design of it. It's all tucked away and hidden how they attach together, which is just really cool to see. Because yeah, like a lot of the models you get when you're building models, like push fit's usually not great. Like it's the like beginner level models that you get in like most other kits. Like if you have a couple push fit pieces in a model, it's like okay, that's fine. But if you see a model that's advertised like all push fit, you can basically assume that it's going to be designed for like 8-year-olds. It's just not going to be very high quality. These have been really nice. All right, I want you onto here. I want you like this. We spin this around onto the back of that, and then once we have it spun around, this slides into this like this. Which is, yeah, so that's my B. Take this, and we take this, and we take this, and we spin it around into the back of that. Why aren't you spinning? Hey, buddy, spin. What's your problem? Oh, there we go. Problem is you weren't lined up right. And then slide it into this. Okay. Those are done. Now then, right side, we want piece number 2. I was like, we cut these off earlier, but I haven't cleaned them yet, so let's give them a little cleanup. Make sure it's all nice and smooth. There's another one of those interlocked pieces where there's like several different molds combined somehow. Okay. That'll do. Alright, interlocked piece. We take the piece that starts like this, with like, just that, slide you out of the way here for a moment. Starts off like this, and it wants me to basically bend the two sides down like this, and like this. Okay, so they're like that, roughly. And then it wants me to turn these 90 degrees so that they're facing upwards? Am I getting that right? This is this a ball joint? Oh my god, it is. There is a ball joint cast onto each of these little claws. Fucking hell, I don't know how they did this. I have absolutely no clue how this is possible, but yeah, okay. Whatever, Bandai. You want to flex? You can go right ahead and flex. Because, yeah, each of these little, like, claws is, like, coming down here, and where it attaches to that center bit is a ball joint that it has been cast into in the mold. That's insane. Okay, so we've got it all folded up. It now wants me to take parts E213. Okay. and E212. And we're going to sandwich it between these. Take 12, set it over there. This is 13. Sure, it's all nice and smooth. And 12. Okay. Claws facing upwards. Part 12 facing like this goes into here. Ah, I see. So we bend these down so they're into that, which gives this whole thing a bit of flex. Oh, this is going to be an absolutely wild piece of attachment, I think. Alright, and then this goes onto that, matching it, right? Yeah. So on this piece, each of these little arms that sticks out like that can flex on that joint, and the other one will flex with it, like hinged across that. So you can like shift the whole thing side to side, and then each of these little claws is on a ball joint attached to that. That's gonna be interesting. Alright. So, we take a piece A, which is one of these guys. We place it like this, and we want this to lock into here, like this. Okay. And then we rotate it downwards. And then we take a piece B, put it on the other side, rotate that downwards, like this. And then we're going to take a piece 16. I'm guessing this is going on that other claw. We're just going to swing that down, I guess? Okay. Alright. So, attach this to here, onto that, and then spin it down. Okay, so now we've got this basically done. This is the first one we did. I can't believe how flexible this is all gonna be. Like, this is all so, I'm imagining like the armor panels are gonna fit onto this somehow, and like, it's probably designed to like help it so that when you're posing it, the armor panels have enough flex under them to be able to like slide into position, but like, god damn, that is a lot of flex. Alright, you go up there. Next up, this guy that we're gonna clean up a little bit, which is our insane central claw thingy. Absolutely nuts. Okay. So, same idea. We we take this, we rotate this in on itself and in on itself, and then we take these and we just want them all facing the same way because they're all in a ball joint, so we can just kind of rotate them however we need to, but we want the claws all facing up in the same sort of a direction that it looks like that. Perfect. Wonderful. Let me guess. We're going to be doing basically the same idea where we clamshell this between two of these. Yeah. All right, 14. And 15. All right. Got one piece left to cut off of there, it looks like. And that should be the end of the waist assembly. That all cleaned up. All right, so 14, 15. I want to take piece 14 and have this bit go through there, and then take piece 15, put it onto there, like that. Ah, I see, this forms a peg there. Alright, nice, beautiful. And then I'm guessing we're doing something very similar where we're taking our piece A, which is we want it this way. Piece A onto here. Spin it down. Piece B onto here. Spin it down. And then last bit of this cut off and we can ditch the sheets. And this should be alright. You onto here. Come on. Is it on there? Yeah, it's on there. Okay, we're good. So now, this is the second one we did. So the first one we did was the right side. This is the left side. So then we're going to take this to our legs. This is the left side, which is going to go here like this somehow. Oh, it goes into these. I see how it fits. It's like on the upper bit of the central frame of this. And I think we'll raise that platform up while I'm putting it on because it'll be easier to slide into place. So you go into there like that, and we'll just raise these all up, and you go into there like that. Why is this not together? Hey, you. You're supposed to be attached. Okay, get this all pushed together. problem I'm encountering is that they're both going into basically the same hole on this, which is not leaving a lot of space. Oh, there we go. Got that to kick in. Now we just need to push on the front edge a little bit to get that to kick in. Alright, cool. We're done. So now we have all of that in, and we can, like, position these in a variety of ways so that they're like, they're all like, these have to be like armor mounting points here. And then you're able to use the ball joints and the rotation to like angle it the way you need it to be so that your armor actually fits on properly. Wild. Okay. That should be it. I think we're going to call that a part for now, because 4 hours to get this done is, you know, a significant amount of time, but like, god damn, this is cool. This is absolutely wild. Like, how much detail there is in this, and how many little small moving parts, and pistons, and interacting moving parts, and like... Can I get this to... A little bit of bend to the knee. And we'll do the same thing on the other leg to give that just a little bit of bend to the knee. And then, like, flatten this out. And we can, like, get this in there. And, like, yeah, there you go. That's looking a bit more like a proper stance. Bring that down just a little bit. Alright. Perfect. This is awesome. This is such a cool kit. Alright, well, that's basically set for the legs. We are 22 pages in. I think this instruction started on page 15. Yeah. And this goes to 65. So we are a long ways from getting to where we need to be done. But we're making progress. I was like, it looks like next up would be the chest, although that is a lot of parts we're working with on that. Yeah, that goes for like 5 pages. For the main frame, then there's the chest frame 2, which looks like it's like the rear frame. Cool. Then we do some arms. And then we do the head. And that's like the main frame done. And then you gotta do like the truss frame, which is gonna go over all of this. Which is gonna add all the final mounting points for like the armor. And then once you got that done, you start putting the armor on. Alright, we're gonna call this a part here. I will be back probably several more times over the next week or so. Basically, anytime I'm building this, I'm just gonna live stream it. Because like, it's so cool. It's such a neat design. There's so many little, like, fun, creative engineering tricks in this to get this all to work together. I am incredibly impressed with the amount of work and detail that's gone into this. So yeah, we will continue with this later. But for now, I'm going to call it a part, and I'm going to go get myself a bit of a snack, eat up a little bit, and I will see y'all next time. Take care. Again, I'm going to be uploading these all into YouTube. It's not a big deal. I just mostly wanted to have a video archive of this because this thing looks insanely cool to build. So, figured it'd be fun to mix it up a little bit. For now, I'm going to take a break and go do something else. I might even be back later tonight. Who knows? Depending on how much time I got, maybe I'll want to build some more of the chest piece on this thing. Or maybe we'll be back tomorrow afternoon. We'll see. Whatever it ends up being, I'll see you then. Bye for now.